Okay, good evening. Welcome to tonight's council meeting, and if everybody would please, silence their phones, stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then please remain standing for the invocation by Vice Mayor Jody Jones. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Father, we ask you today, please be with all of the people who are helping to rebuild our town, particularly the tree crews and everyone else building here in town. We ask that you be with the town's first responders, our police and our fire, and that you keep everyone in town safe. And we ask that as we deliberate tonight, that you would be with us, that you would give us wisdom and discernment to make the right decision. In your holy name, amen.
Okay, Tina, roll call.
Roll call. Councilmember Bolin?
Here.
Councilmember Culleton?
Here.
Vice Mayor Jones?
Here.
Councilmember Tryon?
Here.
And Mayor Crowder.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 1E, proclamation to acknowledge departing Measure C Citizen Oversight Council Committee members. So we have two that aren't here. Molly is here tonight. So whereas Molly Knappen was appointed to the Measure C Citizen Oversight Committee by the Town Council on February 24th, 2015, and whereas Molly Knappen served the community of Paradise as a member of the Measure C Citizen Oversight Committee from March 24th, 2015 until it expired on March 31st, 2021. And whereas Molly Knappen has served as chair of the committee since July 25th, 2017, when she was appointed by her peers. And whereas, although initially skeptical, Molly Knappen became one of the biggest supporters of the Measure C committee. And whereas Molly was instrumental in the passage of Measure V on November 6, 2018, which was an extension of Measure C, and whereas the Town Council of the Town of Paradise recognizes the valuable contribution to good government from appointed committee members who spend numerous hours in the service of the town with no compensation. Whereas Molly Knappen has generously donated her time and energy for the public good and performed her duties as a committee member with thoughtfulness and professionalism. Now, therefore, I, Steve Crowder, Mayor of the Town of Paradise, do hereby recognize and express appreciation to Molly Knappen for her dedicated service to the Town of Paradise. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the official seal of the Town of Paradise to be affixed hereto this 13th day of April, 2021. Molly? Thanks.
Do you want to mention the other two?
Molly, you'd like to say something?
Go to the microphone.
Podium.
I so have appreciated the opportunity to serve this town, and I loved it before I was appointed, and I absolutely fell in love with it once I learned just how hard everyone works and the really thoughtful decisions that are made to serve everyone here. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your service. Want to mention the two?
Yeah, Dean Fender and Jim Ratkin also are leaving and have served well, and have proclamations for them too, which we'll get to them. But thank you for your service as well. Item 1F, CDBG presentation by Joseph Herlow.
Now, oh, Maziar is there. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Crowder, Vice Mayor Jones, council members. I would like to introduce Maziar Movasagi, Chief Disaster Recovery Officer with the Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, with the state of California. Maziar and his team administer the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Funds, also known as CDBG DR. So sorry for all the acronyms. That is specifically for the 2018 wildfires. They have been wonderful allies for the town for us to better understand how we can use the funds to serve our residents and to assist with our recovery projects. Tonight, Maziar will talk specifically about the state's owner-occupied rehabilitation and reconstruction program that offers up to $200,000 per household in grant funds to bridge the gap when rebuilding. So I'd like to turn it over to Maziar.
Thank you, Katie. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for inviting HCD to be before you to talk about our CDBG DR program. I am joined by Mr. Joseph Hilo, the program manager for the OOR program. He's also been joining with Michael Gagne, technical consultant we have on board. They will be talking about the specific details of this program, but before I turn the microphone over to Joseph, I just wanted to share a couple of issues that we fully recognize that CDBG DR itself is going to be only part of the solution for recovery efforts. We only got $1 for every $14 of unmet recovery needs. So we continue to advocate for additional resources for recovery, and we're hopeful and anticipating additional resources in the governor's budget, hopefully in this May revise. Meanwhile, we're moving forward with the DR program, and this single family reconstruction program is a complicated program. It's one that is potentially fraught with many non-compliance issues, as you will see. But many of this framework here, as frustrating it is intended to provide accountability and transparency about this federal grant program. We're in the same boat as all other states that got this allocation, from Puerto Rico to Florida to Texas to California. So we do have these reporting requirements. So we very much appreciate working with Katie, Kate, Kevin, Mark, so many members of your wonderful staff. They've really rolled up their sleeves and they're doing amazing work working with us in true partnership in implementing these complicated programs. So let me turn it over to Joseph. Joseph is going to provide you a presentation with the details of the program that I believe are the key point of our invitation at this council meeting. So Joseph, the microphone's yours.
Thank you, Maziar. Good evening, everyone. I will be sharing my screen. So please let me know if you can see it.
We can see it.
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you. Okay. So the Recover California program, I'll dive right into it. The agenda for today, I'll go quickly over a program overview. I'll go over the key program policies. Then Michael will go over the survey and application process. Then we'll provide contact information for our program, and time permitting, we can take questions from the council members. Okay, program overview. CDBG-DR, or funding for the 2018 disasters. HUD allocated $1.02 billion in community development block grant disaster recovery CDBG-DR funds to the state to address unmet disaster-related needs. Those funds can only be expended within the eligible federally declared disaster areas. The program objectives. So in response to the 2018 wildfires, the California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, created the OR program to assist homeowners with unmet housing recovery needs, to rehabilitate and reconstruct their disaster-damaged homes, The program has $205 million and will provide grants up to $200,000 to eligible program applicants. The OR program provides gap funding. So program funds can only be expended if insurance, legal settlements, FEMA, SBA, and many other available resources are not sufficient to cover the cost of rebuilding or rehabbing the disaster damaged properties. So to carry out that mission, the program has two solutions. Solution one is program managed rehabilitation and reconstruction. That's where the state has its own construction contractor that will carry out the work in its entirety. All manufactured housing units will fall under solution one. Solution two is a homeowner managed program. A bit more details. On solution one, the construction management contractor will perform standardized work. They will come in with standard designs that meet the safety standards. They will visit the site, prepare a scope of work based on standard grade materials for each project. Then they will complete the project in accordance with the scope of work. They will also be responsible for the Tier 2 services, which is the site-specific environmental review and clearance. For manufactured housing units, what you see is the thresholds for repairing manufactured housing units. So the program for any manufactured housing unit or mobile home that has over $10,000 in damage or is older than 2009, program will replace that unit. If the damage is under $10,000 and the property or the unit is newer than 2009, then the program can repair it. The construction management contractor will be responsible for purchasing the unit, delivering the unit to the installation site, completing all activities to install, and ensuring that unit is registered and entitled through our Department of Codes and Standards. For solution two, that's if the owner of the property has already engaged their own construction contractor, or they choose to engage a construction contractor independently. The construction management contractor, the state's contractor, will still review the applicant provided plans and will also monitor, oversee, and inspect the construction progress. And they will also assist in developing the scope of work as needed. So these are the two solutions for the program. So covering just key program policies. First, the funding, federal funding comes with restrictions or stipulations or guidance on where funds can be spent. The first requirement is the most impacted and distressed area, and we'll talk about that in the next slide. So 80% of all funds must in the HUD identified most impacted and distressed area, the mid. Also, 70% of funds must be spent to benefit low and moderate income persons. Low and moderate income are households with income that is at or below 80% of the area median income, and that's based on HUD's published income limits. Income limits are, they change annually. HUD publishes those, and they are affected by how many household members are, a part of how many household members each household has. So that's a sample from the Chico, California, MSA, and it shows that, for 3 persons, this is the limit. For 6 persons, this is the limit for 80%. So all these limits are still low to moderate income. The mid area in 2018, we had 2 federally declared disasters. The DR 4382 affected Lake and Shasta County. The DR 4407, which is Butte, Los Angeles, and Ventura. The 2018 most impacted and distressed area, the mid area identified by HUD, includes the entirety of Butte County. So all of Butte County is a part of the mid. Uses of funding. The funds are targeted to help rehab or reconstruct properties that were damaged as a result of the disaster. Of course, replace mobile home units if we cannot rebuild. Funding cannot be used to pay down or pay off the mortgage, pay down or pay off any SBA, home or business loans, cannot be used to repair or reconstruct any detached accessory dwelling units, or cannot fund any construction projects for portions of the property that are designated as rental units, and cannot be used to fund second homes. Eligibility criteria for the program: the property must be located in the disaster-affected area. The property must be damaged as a result of one of the qualifying events. And the property still must have remaining damage or need. And the property must have been the primary residence of the applicant at the time of the disaster. It must be titled single-family dwelling or a mobile home on a fixed pad. Property taxes must be current, and the applicant must be eligible to receive federal funds, U.S. citizen or a qualified alien. And finally, the applicant must have been the owner of the property at the time of the disaster. The way we determine award, try to make it as simple as possible, we look at the estimated cost of repair or reconstruction, which is the remaining work. And then we subtract any duplicative benefits, and that's how we reach the grant award amount, with a cap of $200,000 for 2018. Duplication of benefits policy. The program will request that all homeowners with duplicative funds must place their funds in an escrow account prior to construction. Again, going back to where the CDBG funds or the program funds are last resort and will be expended after all other resources are exhausted. Also, the program will go through a DOB, duplication of benefit review and verification, as a part of the application process, and will also re-verify the duplication of benefits as a part of our ongoing compliance efforts, and will also verify before we close out the project. After completion, after the house has been completed, occupancy certificate has been issued, the owner will still go through a 24-month monitoring period in which the program requires that the applicant maintains ownership of the property for 2 years, maintains primary residency at the property for 2 years, and keeps insurance coverage and taxes current for the 24-month monitoring period. Okay, I will hand it to Mr. Michael Gagne.
Thank you, Joe. I really appreciate that. And good evening, everyone. I get the fun and very honored task to share some information about the applicant survey and program process with everyone. Excuse me. So while Joe went through some of the technical areas, we will be starting off with first remarking on the program process and the beginning steps in that. Disaster survivors will go through a multi-step process that starts with completing a survey and ends with them occupying their home. The 6-step process outlined here demonstrates the program process through work beginning on a survivor's property or dwelling. After a survey is completed, survivors are prioritized by tier and invited to complete an application as shown in step 3. Throughout the process, and once an application is submitted, our case management team works alongside the survivors to obtain any needed documentation for determining their eligibility. Once an applicant is deemed eligible, the program will complete a damage assessment, environmental review, duplication of benefits, award calculation, and then work can begin as Joe previously outlined. Although this diagram is represented, just one quick second. Although this diagram is represented linearly, many of the steps after application submission can occur concurrently. As shown on the next slide, we conduct outreach for potential survey respondents to start this process. To serve the broadest possible survivor population, our outreach efforts include tens of thousands of printed materials across the state, media and local community partnership engagements, phone, email, internet, and when permitted, in-person outreach events. Targeted outreach is also conducted for FEMA-assisted individuals and specifically vulnerable populations. The key takeaway here is that the survivor survey is open and everyone should be encouraged to complete the survey. The survey can be completed online, and once the survey is submitted, respondents are placed into their prioritization tier and invited to complete an application. As we mentioned, survivor applications will be prioritized, and this criteria is a combination of both federal requirements and program-identified unmet needs. For example, the location, income, and major damage, along with HUD-required LMI and mid-counties. Additionally, Recover CA is prioritizing survivors that are or identify with a disability within their household memberships. And in the next slide, will represent the tiering system used by Recover CA to prioritize survivors. This chart that's represented, you'll notice that in tiers 1 through 4, on the left column, tiers 1 through 4, are all LMI and prioritized ahead of non-LMI applicants. And it's indicated by the X in the LMI only column in the center of the chart. The tier 1 are applicants, including Butte County, that are LMI and experience major or severe damage within an MID or most impacted and distressed county. So if you were to just look across that tier 1 row, you would see that Butte County is an MID county. It also will have some of the applicants or survey respondents categorized as LMI, low to moderate income, and when their property is evaluated for damage in a severe or major damaged area. This would put those applicants in the highest priority and first served tier of survivors, along with the rest of the LMI eligible population. Again, the only way we will know how a survivor is prioritized is when they complete a survey. And in the next couple slides, I'll share information on how a survivor can access and complete the survey. You'll notice on this slide, there's a link to the HCD website. It's the Recover HCD website. At that location, a survey respondent can complete the survey electronically. They can also reach out to numbers that are provided both to local case managers or the program directly to acquire assistance from a case manager in completing the survey over the phone. Additionally, if neither of those options work, a paper survey can be mailed to the applicant and returned. At this time, we're trying to minimize in-person meetings to accommodate social distancing as mentioned due to COVID-19. One of the questions that often comes up with survey respondents in this process, and for 2017, I'd like to mention that we already do have over 1,000 survey respondents across the state, and we are seeing a good number coming in from Butte County as well. Of those survey respondents, at any point in time, they can log into their account to identify the status of their survey, as well as at the time of submitting their survey, they will receive an email notification that is automatically generated, letting them know what tier they are in the process. So they will know if they are part of that first tier. They can also reach out at any time to Recover CA through the general line or the general email, or be contacted by a case manager from their county. Finally, if there's additional questions from this council or your citizens, we'd be more than happy to hear from anyone from the general email line, the HCD website, contact information for our outreach, which is Rachel, direct contact with our case management, which is Athena, and of course, program manager, Joseph, that you've already spoken with today. At this time, I'd be happy to entertain questions that the council might permit time for.
I have a number of questions. 3, actually. You mentioned that these funds are gap funding after all other funds, including legal settlements. Most people have claims against PG&E, but at this point have no idea how much money they might get from that settlement. How are you handling those?
That's a great question. So there's a couple ways to handle it. To qualify for what Joe mentioned as a duplication of benefit, that means that the PG&E settlements that a survivor received, those damages would have to be specifically earmarked or provided for the recovery or building of their dwelling or their home. If the settlements are for something like general damages, then they would not be considered to a duplicative benefit. And we understand that individuals receiving settlements across the state from PG&E, we will ultimately have to look at those settlements really on a case-by-case basis, because we understand settlements are being awarded slightly different throughout the state. And the best advice that we can provide on that is don't have anybody who's in question waiting on a settlement. That should not be reason to not complete a survey or an application. Because even if their settlement funds come in later, we can identify whether they were duplicative of or not, and they would be available. That goes to Joe's earlier point that duplication of benefits will be conducted at the time of award, but then also at the time of closeout for each survivor.
Okay, thank you. You didn't have any kind of a schedule in your presentation. I'm curious how long it takes. How long do you anticipate, if someone fills out a survey now and they're in tier 1, how long before they would have the resources from you to be able to pull a building permit? Do you see that happening before December 31st?
So we're currently in the process of procuring the construction manager. So we don't have the slide that showed steps 1 through 6. And I'm sure this presentation will be available afterwards. That shows up until a certain point, the point in time for award through construction. Yep, that's the slide right there. Thank you, Joe. This shows when the scope of work is approved and when it will begin. That has a few dependencies that are time dependent both on the program and procurement of a construction management vendor, as well as the applicant survivor. So it's hard to say an exact date for that because of those dependencies. Of course, we want this to take place as quickly as possible, but we have to make sure we go through all the necessary compliance checks.
So I'm asking this question because later in our agenda, we're being asked to extend our urgency ordinance to the end of December in order to give people the proper time to go through your grant process so they would have resources to rebuild and get out of their RVs. In order for them to then be in compliance when that urgency ordinance ends at the end of December, they would have had to apply for a building permit. So the question I'm asking is theoretical. If somebody followed the process, submitted all the stuff you wanted, did everything you wanted in a timely manner, is it possible for them to apply for a building permit by December 31st? Or do you anticipate that this is going to take into next year?
I think the heavy dependence on that side, and I can certainly defer to the state for any additional insight on this, would be the timeline for the procurement of construction management. That would be, because you're asking specifically about pulling permits that would come after an estimated cost of repair and an environmental tier 2 that would come out of that procurement. In terms of the emergency related to that, I can tell you that the understanding for our program for a survivor or applicant to be enrolled would actually be at the time of a submitted application. So once they submitted the survey and it was approved for full application, that would constitute their enrollment in the program. I understand that does not answer your direct question of will there be hammers swinging and permits pulled by December. I'm not privy to the status of that procurement at this time.
Okay, sounds iffy to me. My third question has to do with the environmental review that you mentioned. None of us who have built in Paradise, rebuilt our homes, had to do an environmental review. Why do these people?
I completely understand. Both the environmental tier 1 and the environmental tier 2, which is site specific that Joe mentioned, that is a requirement of the federal funding source that this funding allocation comes from. So this is to meet federal compliance with the funding source and make any funds expendable on that property allowable. Without that environmental clearance, we could not conduct work on that property.
Waste of money. But I understand you have to do what the feds say, but when nobody else has to do an environmental review in order to build a single-family home, it makes no sense that taxes have to go to pay for this. But thank you for answering my questions.
I have a question. I saw in that one first slide the guy showed that when you get all done with this, if you're lucky enough to go through all of this process and be awarded some money, one of the conditions is you have to have flood insurance. You know where we live?
Correct. The flood insurance is only as necessary. Again, with this funding source from HUD, the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Funding Source, which is a mouthful, historically has been in areas that have been impacted by flooding or hurricanes. And so they have parameters that if a dwelling is rebuilt in what's called a 100-year floodplain, then it's a requirement to carry flood insurance. We have some preliminary analysis across the state of homes that qualify or would be considered in that 100-year floodplain, and it's a very small percentage right now. Generally, if a resident is in an area that's not conducive to flooding, and there's specifics on a case-by-case basis, that would apply. But again, in California, it's a much smaller percentage, but still a federal requirement if somebody's within a 100-year floodplain.
So to follow up on Jody's question, since you can't give us a definite timeline, if somebody was accepted in your program at that point, even though the funds might not be available till February of 2022, that would help us in our decision making as far as whether or not that would be a qualifying factor for somebody to be able to stay on their property in an RV while they're waiting for this funds, I would think, right? So once you accept them, they're going to get the money at some point. That's kind of what I'm asking.
Yeah, so at the point in time where, so this is a voluntary program. So we can actually accept applicants, and then once their eligibility is determined and their award calculation is made, they would still have to accept those funds. But you're absolutely right. Once we got to the point in the process where the applicant accepted the award amounts, then that, of course, I would think would have potentially an impact on your decisions for those individuals as well.
So let me ask a question then. So the timeline, would that be able to be accomplished prior to December 31st of this year?
I'm not in a position to commit to that for this meeting because of the dependencies that hinge on that. I think that on our end, we can certainly communicate once the procurement of a construction vendor is accomplished, and then share with you the timelines that are outlined for that production and their swinging hammers, so to speak. But until we have that procurement, we can't actually speak to the timeline. We're in final stages of that, we believe, right now, and we hope to be able to report on that as soon as possible. But at this point in time, I just can't commit to that timeline without that being finalized.
I don't think Steve was asking about swinging hammers or permits. He was asking, can you get to the approval stage prior to December 31st? That doesn't require you have a construction manager, does it?
That's correct. The approval stage, so the step, just to make sure that we're expectations are the same thing with the same words. we can get to a point of an applicant's eligibility determination before that time period, but we won't be able to get to the point of determining their award amount until the construction manager goes and inspects the property. So we will be able to determine their eligibility, but we won't be able to determine any potential award amount until the construction manager completes their inspection of the property and the damages.
So you'll be able to tell them you're eligible, but we don't know how much you're eligible for. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank
just
you.
A question on the environmental clearance. Is there a chance that if we have residents who have an existing home that was on the piece of property, that you could maybe talk with the people that are running the program and see if we can get a waiver for those residents if they are rebuilding an existing home?
We can certainly discuss that internally. It is a federal requirement that requesting that waiver at the federal level, there are certain parameters that even to entertain that request, the local, a recent environmental inspection would have to be present that meets the same federal minimum standards of that environmental clearance. Assuming one of those did take place, that is something we could certainly bring back and discuss for possible consideration. But if there is not an existing environmental clearance recently and after the time of disaster that also meets the federal requirements, then that probably would not be something we'd entertain because we'd have to do one to maintain compliance with our funding source.
So when FEMA cleared these lots, they had an environmental clearance. So would that should be acceptable then, correct?
I can't say that would be, I can't say that the FEMA environmental clearance would be acceptable because with the submission of the application and this process, and again, we're following the federal guidelines that are required. We fully understand that if these guidelines weren't here, there would be ways to expedite this and probably do it in a more cost and time efficient manner. But making sure that no applicants or the program or the state would have to pay back any of these federal funds and we use them only for eligible activities. The federal requirements determine that environmental site-specific Tier 2 take place at a very specific time related to before construction begins on a location to make sure there's no immediate environmental impact. And the only way to connect the dots between a preceding FEMA environmental inspection and this one is if it was time conducive to nothing else happening on the property and it passing certain clearances. So I like the way you're thinking about it. I think that from a standpoint that the construction management team will have to go out and do an inspection anyway. And I mentioned that there are certain items that can happen concurrently. An inspection and environmental review in some other areas can all happen simultaneously. So it wouldn't take additional time, although there would be, of course, that is procured through the construction management vendor.
Okay. If you could possibly check that the FEMA clearances that these lots have already received can be used so that our residents don't have any other undue burden.
Absolutely. I'd be happy
you.
to check on that.
Any other questions?
I have one. Kate, is there anybody that would qualify up here for any of this?
So I did want to mention that similar to the state's OOR program that's using federal dollars, the town has state dollars, Cal Home program dollars. We cannot offer $200,000 in a grant. We can only offer $150,000 in a deferred loan. We do not have the same duplication of benefits or environmental constraints because it is a state program. And so in answer to a few of these questions, we can get people into the program and get them eligible within a month with a permit, maybe 2 months out because we have to go through a bid. And our biggest challenge right now, and we hope to be able to layer with HCD's funds in some cases, because if we could use that, our 150 and a $200,000 grant, we could build houses at 350 and probably replace our supply. But there are a lot of dependencies on who can fit that box. And that's going to be the real question. We're a little more flexible with the state dollars. But
Do you have people in that state program
we do.
already?
We have about 50, and we are reaching out to all of those with the temporary use permits to see if we can. But it is for people who lost their home in the Camp Fire, were on title prior to the disaster. So we have stipulations too, perhaps not as stringent as the state, but because they're using federal dollars, this is using state bond proceeds.
But you actually have 50 families that are
We do.
using your resources to rebuild homes.
Yeah, we have 50 that we are currently working with and about another 50 who we have presented information to, and they just haven't filled out an application, so we follow up with them.
Anybody pulled a building permit yet?
Yes, we have completed at least 2 that I know of, like certificate of
Yay.
occupancy.
Yay.
We have probably another 8 under construction right now, and a large majority, we're just trying to get there. But as you can imagine, 150,000 is not a lot to build a house. We are getting extremely creative with working with volunteer builds. We are having contractors who are really donating a lot of services in order to make this happen. But ideally, to work with combined funding sources would be the best solution, as long as we can have people who can fit those boxes. And we are trying every which way to, I appreciate the comment about FEMA and the NEPA environmental requirements. We're trying our hardest to see if we can get some, alleviate some of the duplication of benefit requirements for the federal funds as well, but we can only do what we can do.
Okay,
So-
the money that you folks have, the state money, how much do you have? How many people can you accommodate?
We have 23 million available. Actually, because we have some other loan payoffs from the fire, we have up to 25 million. And so we figure, because every award is different, again, just like theirs, it's gap funding. Some people come in with insurance funds and we only have to give 40, 60,000. Other people were using the full 150. At the full 150, I believe it was something like 150 homes, 200 homes, something like that,
That you could,
that we can build.
you've got 50 already obligated? 50
It's not obligated, where they're going through the application process. So I did want to make one comment about eligibility, just to make this clear. Eligibility for both of our programs means income eligibility. Their household qualifies for this program. After that, it's dependent on what they are building, what are the resources they have in hand. Like with the duplication of benefits, they would have to have all of the insurance money that they were awarded in hand, all of their FEMA money that they were awarded, and I'm not sure how many other funding sources the CDBG DR will be looking at. The state allows us, with this 23 million that I have, to be able to document where those funds went, and then we don't have that issue that they have to come in with that money. But I believe the state running their DR program does have that.
But both programs, even if you're able to partner up, all of these programs so far are only eligible, in spite of the income requirement, to people that were on title, on the dirt, prior to the fire.
Yes.
So renters, the thousands of renters that were burned out of this town, there's nothing there for them.
Well, we're not talking about it, but the CDBG DR program does allocate specifically to Paradise $55 million for multifamily housing development. It too has its challenges because of our lack of infrastructure, so we probably won't see large developments with that. We can't, our septic systems can't support more than 15 units per acre, and that's at 1-bedroom units. But we also have a small multifamily housing project that the policies and procedures will be coming from the state soon. So we're hoping to help alleviate the rental crisis with similar funds. So I just wanted to mention our program because I think there might be confusion between the two programs within the community. We are going to encourage our citizens to apply for both programs and find out what best suits them. And I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have, or me or the state. Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you,
Kate.
HCDT.
Thanks, Katie.
Okay.
Okay, thank you all. If there's no other questions, I'll stop sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Item 1G, campfire recovery updates. Paul Glenwright from Cal OES.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members. It's a pleasure to be back before this body and present a brief project update on the Campfire State Hazard Tree Removal Program. I'll go ahead and share my screen and hopefully you can see these slides here. Are those coming up for you?
Yes, we can see him.
Excellent. All right. These should look similar to what we briefed last time I was here to help you visualize kind of where we've been since we last met. So starting off on our hazard tree assessment line of effort, I'm sure you're all familiar with this scope of work, and these numbers have not moved much as we spoke last time. We're substantially complete on this line of effort. We'll continue to see these move around a little bit as we just wrap that up and finalize that line of effort. But certainly the majority of work is in this line of effort, hazard tree removal. So the light yellow slice of the pie there is where we were when we last briefed you, and the darker yellow is what's been completed since. So you can see it's been a productive period since we last spoke. We're very fortunate that good weather has been in our favor. We have a substantial number of crews out there, and our crews have really started to hit their stride there. So in the town, we're seeing 63% of trees down. That is trending above the county. As we start to expand into some more rural areas in the county, we're seeing some more challenging environmental compliance issues, seems to be the word of the day, navigating through those. But you are seeing a little bit of an uptick in terms of the trees in town. To get into production specifically, we showed this graph last time as well. Everything in the yellow box is since we last met. So you can see the per day production has really started to step up here. And I think, as mentioned, that's attributable in part to weather, but also to system efficiencies, our crews getting more comfortable with the system, working well with their counterparts at Arcadis, our management firm, and some increase in crews as we'll talk through. So as you can see, prior we were in the 300 to 400 per day range. We're now much more frequently in the 400 to close to 600 range. That 583 is our best day yet in Town of Paradise. Again, these numbers are Town of Paradise only. This is a quick overview of the resources we have deployed in town. 17 felling crews, 13 cleanup crews, and 24 haul trucks. So you should see all those operating whenever weather permits. With the wind this week, we've been down a little bit. We're down today, but we're hopeful that that'll move through and we'll be back to full strength. We wanted to highlight some of the kind of major milestones or items that were a priority for the state incident management team over the last bit since we spoke last. As we talk through these, I really want to recognize the coordination that the Town of Paradise has provided to the incident management team to make these happen. Specifically, Mr. Brian Slecki has been an absolute asset to the state team and to the overall coordination here. So we're very, very fortunate to have him as part of our coordination structure. But to go through some of the milestones here, removing the hazard trees in Billy Park was a big lift that required some extensive coordination with the Paradise Recreation and Park District, some different means and methods to make sure we were successful there. We've fallen those hazard trees now, and cleanup is wrapping up there to make sure that that is done correctly and we can reopen that park safely. I'm sure you're all familiar with the press conference that state, county, town, and elected officials held on March 25th. I know we felt at the state that that was a positive event to highlight project progress, and we were happy to participate. Thank you for the invitation. Our team has also been supporting Paradise Public Works on a couple of their priority projects. The downtown infrastructure project was a priority given to us by the town. We were happy to respond to that. Crews have fallen those trees along Almond Street in the requested project area and are close to completing cleaning that up. The next major one on our schedule in terms of these priority requests from Public Works is the Ponderosa Elementary Safe Rest to School project, and we are on track to complete that work by May 1st. So again, we really appreciate the coordination between town staff and our team to identify these areas where we can better target our assistance in recovery and help make sure that we're not a critical path item to Mark's team. So with that, I will pause for any questions that the council may have.
What is the status on hazardous trees? Like how many of those trees are down? What do we have left on those?
So I can jump back to, so we're seeing 63% of the hazard trees have been fallen in town, and those are removed, shortly after. Is that what you're asking, or?
Yeah, I just noticed there's still some trees that are marked hazard trees that have not come down yet, and I'm just kind of wondering where we are in the process of getting those removed.
Are you talking, Rose, ones that are threatening structures?
Correct. Yeah.
Oh, forgive me. Yeah, when we say hazard tree, we mean any of the trees in our program. So we continue to respond to trees that are requested by the community. That's essentially a rolling process at this point. They're not building a backlog. They're keeping up with that as they go. They do still continue to come in for the town. Our team assesses them. We have what we think is an efficient process built at this point. And then those are coming out of the system. I'd be happy to loop back with more specific numbers or individual cases if there's ones you're familiar with.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Cole, has Hillby Curve been cleaned up on Pearson?
Forgive me, I didn't catch that. What was
Hillby
the
Curve on Pearson Road, Upper Pearson Road. Has that been cleaned up yet?
I'm not familiar with that one specifically, sir, but I'd be happy to look into it and get back with you where the staff.
I heard a rumor through the community that you're no longer able to work past 10 a.m. because it's getting too hot because of fire danger. Is there any truth to that rumor?
No, that's certainly not correct. As we get into the warmer months, health does set certain additional requirements around working conditions. There'll be additional respite requirements, shade, water, things like that, but I'm certainly not aware of any requirement that we stop work at 10 a.m.
Good, I'll try and squash that rumor then. And I have a question.
Shutting down at 10 a.m. Do let us know.
I have a question about what people should do if the crews have come through and removed trees and left, but there's still hazard trees there. This is the case behind my house. They came and they spent several days cutting trees, then they came and piled the trees, then they came and chipped them and hauled them all away. The crews disappeared, but there are still dead trees with blue dots in that area. So what should people do when they notice that?
So if there are trees that have been marked, those are in our system. There's almost no chance we would miss those. So there are scenarios where a crew will go through and they'll drop the trees they're able to do, and there will be certain trees that may require a crane or something that a special crew will have to go back and get them. They're certainly welcome to reach out to our tree advocates, and that'll loop back to get a more specific status, but that's a significant line of effort for the state team and our contractors is identifying, within certain geographic areas what's outstanding, if there's trees that they couldn't get with the original crew for some reason, and going back to grab those. So again, the amount of data captured on each tree, if it is a marked tree, the scenario where it is, forgotten or missed just wouldn't really be possible within our data system. And they'd be contacted when a crew goes back out there. But again, if they think there's any gaps in that or just something that got missed, we'd be happy to speak with them and confirm that's not the case.
Okay.
One other thing, Cole, I've noticed on a couple of occasions, with all the rebuilding going on in town, every person has a building permit is being required to have a porta potty on their job site. And I've seen some of not only the tree crews, the subcontracting tree crews, but some of the other subcontractors in town working with PID and stuff, show up on job sites, show up on projects, not having their own porta potties and using ones that are located on private residences and stuff. And you might want to have your inspectors make sure that they provide for their crews.
Yeah, I appreciate that, council member. I'll loop back with our operations team. Our contract does stipulate that they bring their own facilities like that. So we'll redress that with our contractor and make sure that's not occurring.
Cole, in any with arborists, where are we with arborists in town? I'm sure we're down some, but what percentage do we still have with the arborists, and also with trees that are cut down? How long now are they averaging on the ground before they get cleaned up?
So on the arborist piece for the assessment, we're showing, and there's some caveats to this statistic. We're showing 2% of the universe are still needing an assessment. But as mentioned, there's some moving pieces here in terms of changes in ownership, some, specific cases we work with the town to incorporate. So I'm hesitant to say that that's 100% the universe and we're going to show 1% next time and 0. Realistically, that's a substantially complete figure. And so there will just continue to be a few parcels that I think in there. But we continue to have arborists employed in town, and they provide quality control. They assist with questions from the crews and generally just, make sure they're on hand and available to do that. That's more their principal function at this point versus, heavy parcel assessment like we were doing for the prior months. So did that answer your first question, sir?
Yeah, I think so. And then the trees on the ground as far as cleanup?
Yeah, so our expectation there is 7 days that from falling that the wood is managed and removed. There are some scenarios where to prevent ground disturbance, we may see that timeline extend a little bit. They're usually able to fell in wet weather, and the ground disturbing activity, the wood management is a little more restricted by our CAL FIRE requirements. Now that we're substantially out of the rainy season, that's becoming less of a risk. So we're more generally within that spec.
So your arborist, is the 2% them going back and reassessing properties where trees have died behind, where you've cut through and you've completed the process, and yet the trees are dying behind you? Are they going back and looking at those?
No, so the 2% number, and again, I have some caveat to that would be more properties that we weren't able to assess with change of ownership or something. The work that the arborists are doing is principally in front of the felling crews. So, each felling crew has a schedule of where they're going to be, and if there's a need recognized by the forester for that branch, an arborist will try and perform some quality control in advance of it. Again, that's site specific. It's not a required step in our process, but it's a resource we have on hand that if the state branch director or the forester feel like they'd like to answer any questions so that the scope is well defined once the felling crew gets there, they'll do that at that point. Certainly the full intent is to make sure that happens in advance of felling, so that when the felling crew gets there, the scope is clear, they can do that work, and we're not entering an iterative cycle there.
So I'll ask it differently. Are we going back and reassessing properties behind us that you've already gone through? Because there are trees dying in areas where you've already felled trees.
Yeah, so other than certain exceptions where the state operations team would direct that, that's not part of our normal scope of work. It's a pretty linear process. Trees were assessed per those federally directed standards. They're fallen. I know we've had some conversations about that tree decay will continue. But the limits of our federal funding really require that we can't have too many bites at the apple to continue to do another assessment and then a felling. So we do everything we can to make sure that when we send the felling crew out there, the scope is complete and that all trees that could be eligible are marked and can be removed.
So the parameters that we were given, you guys were under, was dead or dying defined as 5 years. So they die within 6 months. Wouldn't that fit in the parameters of your scope of work?
They die within 6 months. So those are our general parameters. I guess the difference, sir, is that our funding is based on the subject matter expert performing their review. We pay for that.
Right, but they can make mistakes, can't they?
It's not long-term like forest management sort of funding where we would continue to observe the trees and see. We have, for all intents and purposes, we take one bite at it. We assess those trees, and that's why our criteria that 5 years, our arborists really had to. they rely on some specific academic material to help make sure they make that decision correctly the first time, because unlike PG&E, for example, where they have the ability to come back and do marked trees that they want to look at next year, we don't have that parameter. We don't have that, kind of.
They can make mistakes, can't they? I mean, isn't that possible? Your arborist?
Any professional could disagree with another professional, and certainly there's room for quality control.
I'm only asking this because you're not even we haven't seen your taillights yet. You're still here. If you guys were gone, then that'd be a different situation. But you're still here, so it just seems a little bit odd to me that with the parameters we were given, and you're not even gone yet, and we're not going to take care of them. So that's a very concerning issue for me.
And also, Cole, I just had a situation this last week where there was a parcel that's next to where a new home went in, and at the one side of this new home is a tree that was just scorched, and it didn't just die, it died on November 8th. And then the twin to this tree was on the other side of this house, probably 60 feet away. The one that was closest to the road, and both eligible, was marked with the blue dot. The one that was further in was not marked. And so the homeowner called and said, why is that? I went out and looked at it, and it wasn't as though that it died after they were there. That was dead the same time they were there marking. So that's kind of a concern too, is, some of these trees are getting missed, and I understand, dying in 5 years, I get, but when those two trees died, they both died November 8th. One's marked, one isn't. And I know that isn't the only instance in town. So what about situations like that?
Sure. So that specific scenario we'd be happy to take a look at, sir. Our general quality control or assurance process around that is we use certified arborists with the highest level of training available to do that initial assessment. They operate under the supervision and oversight of the registered professional forester, so they're doing additional QC. Either the arborist can flag trees that they would like the forester to review, or the forester goes behind and corrects work if there were potential errors made. They have that higher level of training to be kind of the final call there. And then, as mentioned, as we get closer into the felling side, the registered professional forester and the state branch director who are overseeing operations in that branch have those additional arborists at their disposal if they're in doing their pre-work surveys saying, hey, this could have been missed, or we want to just add clarity to this. They have the ability to redirect resources over there. So we're, always open to look at specific scenarios, but I think at this point we're comfortable with the quality controls environment we have in place there to catch those sorts of things. But as mentioned, happy to look at that specific one for you, sir.
Councilmember Boland, was it trees that you think were missed, or do you think they have died since? Both.
Yes.
Okay.
So I just think that some of the arborists, there was some greenhorns. I know some of them, and they were new in the field of being an arborist, and it's possible they missed them. But there's also some that I think just have died since. They're just going. There's a stress on them that happens, especially when other trees are taken away. All of a sudden, there's a stress that happens. So.
Well, we also, Cole, I know you know this one, we also had one where properties change. So the original owner of a property may have signed the ROE, and when the arborist, I know one in my neighborhood, when they came out and they met the new owner, they said, oh, wait, you're not, they walked away and left 2 burnt trees right next to a structure. And you all did come back later and reassess it. But I mean, there are those kinds of things that are going on also. And so for me personally, as a representative of the people here in Paradise, the fact that internally Cal OES is comfortable with all of the processes you have in place and oversight you have in place, it doesn't play that well out here in the community.
So, council member, in the ownership change scenario, that is a completely legitimate issue. We work closely with the Butte County ROE Center to resolve those. They have a team that will reach out then and secure a new right of entry to make sure that we have that legal access there. And they're successful at that, to the extent they can get contact with these folks. Of course, that's been one of the most challenging issues, as you all are, I'm sure, probably more aware than I am since this recovery, is just reaching out to folks and getting them willing to sign these government documents. But that's really one of the principal lines of effort that County ROE Center is doing now, is managing those ownership changes and trying to get them as quickly back to us so that that property doesn't have to, sit kind of on the sidelines any longer than it needs to. Certainly, on the flip side, we wouldn't want to just plow ahead and send our forces out there if the new owner hasn't given us consent to do that. So that's why we have that kind of tricky balance there. Did that answer your question, sir? Or can I expand more on that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So Cole, in those cases, do you want us to go through Brian with it? Do you want us to contact you? How do you want those handled? If we feel like trees have been missed, and our residents feel trees have been missed, and they need a reassessment or someone to come out and look at it, how do you want those handled?
Yeah, I think Brian's a perfect person to coordinate that, or feel free to reach out to me directly, but I know Brian does an excellent job of triaging those, and he works with a variety of different stakeholders to kind of direct them to the best person. So I would direct them to either myself or Brian, and we'd be happy to take a look at that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Cole? Cole, thank you for answering our questions and listening to our woes. And anyway.
You have a good night, and you didn't win the award for the longest report, sorry.
I appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Cole.
Okay, private tree removal program. Katie.
Meeting started. We're going to see who has.
Good evening, everyone. So sticking with the theme of trees here briefly, we'll talk about the town's efforts to lower our overall abatement risk with properties that are unenrolled or incomplete in the private program. I'm happy to report that I cannot move my own slides, but I will keep working on it. There we go. We are 98% complete in the private program, which is a really good number. So we are continuing to work on those properties that are incomplete, that may need another inspection or may need a reminder from the town that they did enroll in the private program. We are sending our arborists out for repeat inspections to make sure that we take a look at those properties after they have removed their own trees. In terms of lowering our overall abatement risk, we started with 803 properties at risk of abatement 1 month ago, and we have driven that number down through many efforts, largely including yours as well, with outreach to folks, asking them to call the tree advocates. Brian has been following up out in the field. As Cole mentioned, he's been a great addition to the team, kind of building capacity as we enter this really critical period. We are looking at properties in 3 essential tiers if they're unenrolled. Low risk, you can see we've got 96 properties sitting at that level, medium risk, and then properties that we've deemed at high risk. So a lot of these are property owners who have not responded to these 15-day abatement notices they're receiving from the town. We are fewer than 100 properties from completing the courtesy roadside assessments that we're doing before really understanding a property's abatement risk. So we may see that number, that 568 number, tick up a little bit as we finalize those roadside assessments. But overall, we're planning to see that trend line down over time. And then, let's see, we have one other thing I wanted to mention just really quickly. So only 41 sitting at the private incomplete category. So I would say between the efforts of Kevin, our tree team, me, Brian, everything that we're doing in terms of sending out the notices, getting responses back from people, answering their questions, walking them through the process, being available to complete the ROEs with them, being available in person now that we can have people in the building. It's been really excellent to do this kind of wraparound approach. And then as we settle on the new attorney team for the town, we will be really making sure that legal process is ready to go, but hoping that we don't have to necessarily do that before that number is down even more significantly. So looking forward to continuing to report on this every month. In fact, we do publish internally our abatement risk reports weekly. So if you would like to see those, we'd be happy to send those to you as well. I know Kevin receives a copy and maybe passes it along. So on recovery projects, what I thought I'd do is just highlight a couple of projects that are in motion right now. On the reseeding hazard mitigation plan, we have conducted a first round of interviews with the consultants who responded to the RFP we released, and we're looking forward to bringing council a recommendation in May, and that will allow us to move forward with the reseeding plan for the rights of way and publicly owned properties and the private property owned or privately owned property educational campaign in terms of how to reseed on their properties after the removal of those hazardous trees. In the Category 4 tree removal project, we are working through the environmental compliance and funding timeline piece with Cal OES and hoping to see those funds released here shortly after the government hazard tree removal program ends so that we can make that $20 million the town has applied for available in grants to folks who are removing trees in the back 40 of their property. So these are trees that are not eligible in the government hazard tree removal program, but obviously are dead and dying and are still fuels and could be threatening structures. For residential ignition resistant program, we are in the design and scoping phase. So we're working internally with the town and our recovery advisor on what that program is going to look like. Probably going to launch that in the fall of this year, start accepting applications, and this will offset the costs of folks who want to make improvements to their standing structure. So these are homes that survived the fire that may need a new roof, new windows, new decking, to continue to harden those homes and bring them up to code. So that is something that we are working on, and I will continue to bring you updates on that. Broadband, we will be releasing that RFI very shortly. That's still with the GIC. And looking forward to gauging private sector interest and working with the town on leveraging the town-owned conduit in the trench. On the housing side, we heard a lot on OOR, as HCD mentioned and Kate mentioned. We're spending a lot of time on the phone with them talking about the DR funds that are coming, not only in OOR, but in infrastructure, economic development, and planning, and then in multifamily housing. So the town is receiving a $55 million allocation for unmet need funding for projects coming to Paradise. So we're getting an RFP out here shortly, hopefully within the week. And we are following the county and the city of Chico, who both released their RFPs. So it's possible we could end up with the same consultant. But we will keep you posted on how that is coming together. But that will be a significant amount of money available to us, and we're making sure we're ready to help developers understand what the uses are of those funds. So heading into advocacy, it's been a very busy month. We spent some time with the State Board of Forestry this month. Town officials and staff met with the executive director and senior planner, Edith Hannigan, to talk about the draft state minimum fire safe regulations. We had a good dialogue, I think, in terms of starting to understand the road requirements, wildfire exemptions, some building standards, issues that were of highest concern to the town. Susan really led that conversation, which we all really appreciated. And then the public comment period will open later this month, and the town will continue to stay engaged. So I was really pleased that we're on their radar, that they're showing up for meetings with us, that they're listening to the concerns of the town. They were very interested in hearing what we would have to say on some of these areas that I've highlighted here, and so we'll keep you posted on that. So as I mentioned, we've been very busy this month, really moving forward with the federal advocacy platform. We met with Congressman LaMalfa recently to start to talk about some priority projects. In fact, at your special meeting tomorrow, we'll be bringing forward a request for your support for some congressional priority projects we will be submitting. We met with the team for Senator Dianne Feinstein, just really talking about the long-term recovery plan and the federal advocacy platform, making sure their office understands where we may need support. And they were very gracious with us, and we look forward to continuing those conversations. Continuing to engage with the Ferguson Group, who's working with us on setting up some meetings for you to be interacting with the elected officials, especially as we start getting these asks out for these priority projects. We had our first kickoff meeting with Brian Gussman, our state lobbying team, And we really focused on some of the bills that are active right now, some other legislation coming up that we want to take a look at, water, sewer, and some of the items in our federal advocacy platform as well that relate at the state level.
Katie, are they, Guzman, are they on board with the needle? What's happening at the state level with the needle program?
I don't remember that we talked about that. We'll follow up with them.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Yep, happy to do that. So we've also been very busy in emergency operations, really preparing for next fire season. For EOC, we have 2 tabletop training scheduled. The first will be a red flag warning and watches conversation really with our emergency planning team. The second will be an action planning exercise conducted by our fire chief. For the council, as you know, we did complete our first training recently, primarily focused on the history of the EOC and public information. The second training will really get us more focused on the EOC operations. Kevin will be bringing forward some recommendations, and we'll be talking very specifically about council duties during emergencies. The corrective action plan, we're continuing to move forward with that implementation. The transportation master plan, which Mark will talk about, is a really key opportunity to move forward with a lot of those objectives, specifically as they relate to evacuation mapping. We are participating as a staff in the alert and warning group and in the regional planning meetings that are occurring, being hosted at the county. The emergency operations plan that was last updated in 2011 and approved by council in 2012 needs an update. And a lot of the corrective action plan items will be integrated into our emergency operations plan for the town. We released our RFP this afternoon, so we will be coming forward to council with a recommendation likely at the June meeting so we can get going on that document, and we will be asking for council input on that as well.
Why do you need a consultant for that?
So there are a lot of best practices in emergency operations plans, and we want to make sure we're not only looking at the plan that we have, but the corrective action plan items that require a lot of documentation, but also looking at other best practices in the industry. So we want to make sure that we're not just updating the document that we approved 10 or so years ago, that we're actually looking at kind of the highest standards in the industry for planning for emergencies. So we'll have that discussion in more detail when we see who responds to the RFP, but that has been released. And we'll make sure that we're looking at costs for that as well. So our planning team, we do meet monthly, just making sure we keep up on all of the many moving parts as we manage emergency operations in town. And I think that takes me through my items. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Thanks, Katie.
Infrastructure and sewer update, Mark Maddox.
Sound effects.
All right, good evening, Mayor Crowder and Council. Thank you for your time on the quicker updates for infrastructure and sewer. So I'll be touching on the Transportation Master Plan, the Paradise Sewer Project, and then a brief update on the downtown infrastructure improvements that are under construction. So first, for the Transportation Master Plan, I was asked last month by Councilmember Jones, just kind of curious on what the status is for the public engagement, public outreach. I'm pleased to say today we were able to launch our first public outreach effort, and again, I want to emphasize a year-long process with our consultant team. And we launched our page under Recover and Rebuilding, and we will have additional collateral material working with our public information officer to get that out on social media on how to engage. Love when you're doing a demo and the website doesn't load properly.
That's what I see.
But sometimes you just have to hit enter. Yeah, okay. So with that, under recovery and on the Public Works Engineering page, we have a spot for the Transportation Master Plan. And you can really read about the progress and the efforts that we're doing and working with our team, all the different components of the Transportation Master Plan, from the needs analysis, evacuation planning, as we just discussed, economic development, active transportation plan, local roadway safety plan, really communicating with the public, asking what they want to see moving forward. So with that, we have an opportunity for providing public input to our department here on the website. Also moving forward, we have established our public outreach plan, and we expect our first kind of, whether it be virtual or not, June, July, setting a date for that. We have about 2 or 3 of those set up over the life of this project at different moments and times where we can get together and talk about transportation and what the community wants to see moving forward. With that, I think it's an appropriate opportunity to talk about one window that has opened, and I want to present to the council at this time, is the Road Extension project that we have been working on as a result of the Transportation Master Plan effort in advance of some of the public outreach, but really building on what we heard in the long-term recovery plan, connecting long dead-end streets and increased circulation. So this project fact sheet has been developed, and we are entering a new period and talking about tomorrow with our goal setting, asking for a letter of support from this body to submit the project for congressionally directed funds that are looking to become available very soon, and potential we could apply for through Congressman LaMalfa's office. So with that, the Road Extension project would extend Row, which currently exists today only from Neal Road to Scottwood, a little bit east of Scottwood. But when we look at the 2018 Camp Fire, any evacuation scenario the town of Paradise has had, we are still constrained by the canyons on both sides, but we do need additional east-west connections. Our general plan identifies that from 1994. Find a way for more east-west connections in Paradise. So with that, we're thinking really big, and we are really excited about this project and want to continue to move it forward. There is not a great grant opportunity out there about capacity increasing evacuation routes, but perhaps this avenue and this window that's opening now with great speed, that we can move this forward quickly and potentially get a significant portion of it funded. I've showed here kind of the overall build-out phases, but really we're looking at just phase 1, prioritizing that effort between Pence Road and South Libby. This would, possibly bring us Paradise's first transportation-related bridge. We have other bridges, but not for transportation. It would tie in Edgewood Lane. It would tie in Sawmill and South Libby. And as we all know, that area of town experienced the highest concentration of traffic-related fatalities as a result of the Camp Fire. And so we view this project as the most tangible response from a transportation perspective that we could move forward or conceive. There's going to be no magic bridge to get us across Butte Creek Canyon or on the other side of Lake Orville, but this is something that we can do that in any future fire, no matter where it originates, no matter where it goes, it's going to be an asset for our public trying to get in, get out, our first responders trying to get in, get out. So we're really excited to potentially talk about this project in a more formal way moving forward. But I really want to take this moment to introduce it to you. We've had initial discussions with Congressman LaMalfa's office. We've asked for letters of support as we submit this project from various community stakeholders. And we really will continue to develop it further throughout the entire life of the Transportation Master Plan. But if we sit here and wait for a document to be on the table here, this window may close. So we're bringing it to you and hopeful that we can get some support and encouragement tomorrow to continue forward.
Does that come into South Libby at Bennett?
At that point, so I take this as a yes, as it's shown, but these arrows are just graphical at this point.
I know.
But yes, it would tie in South Libby at Bennett, Edgewood at the terminus there, and Sawmill could have a connection directly down to the Road Extension Phase 1, or as it's shown there, getting over to South Libby.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So Mark, what would the impact be on private land?
So actually, I didn't bring it tonight, but we have a slide that shows the amount of right-of-way that would be required, and it would certainly be the largest right-of-way impacting project the town has ever thought of. In fact, I think if this project was raised pre-Camp Fire, we might be thrown out of the room, or I might be asked to leave already. from this presentation. But with that said, in the charge we've been given from the community to make meaningful change, we would be remiss in not bringing this up and bringing it forward and to see if it's a priority and something we want to advance. So with that, we are planning and budgeting for a large environmental component, including design and right-of-way. So for this phase 1 cost, we're looking at about $60.4 million. We could deliver the project within 5 years, which is an important component of the program. But again, budgeting $6.4 million for right-of-way acquisitions between design of that right-of-way need, and the engineering component, as well as the actual procurement of the land. If it gets to that stage, we would enter those negotiations with property owners and try and find a preferred alignment, appraisals, assessments, and purchases if we got there.
This is really good, in my opinion, in terms of addressing the issues that we had on Edgewood and with other long dead-end streets. That whole area of town really suffered because they didn't have another way out. And we've promised those people that we would try to fix it.
Yep.
And fixing it means that you have to have right away from someone. There is no way to fix it without affecting private property. But when you have, people are already rebuilding on Edgewood. I drove down there and there are new homes going in and we need a solution. So this is really good. I like it.
And perhaps this might be the right time to have those conversations, and that's what the TMP will help facilitate for this project and others. This isn't going to be the only one that we're going to see come forward as a recommendation, but as we enter the kind of this new arc of Paradise's recovery, perhaps there's people that are not determined or don't have a plan for rebuild, and maybe the opportunity is there for this land acquisition to help really steward a stronger and more resilient Paradise. So with that, I will, more to come, again, formally on the agenda for further discussion tomorrow. So I'll try and move forward to a quick update on the Paradise Sewer Project. I'm highlighting tonight the relaunch of ParadiseSewer.com. This actually existed back in 2015. I think we built that under the previous feasibility study, but we're so grateful that the site was maintained. But HDR Engineering, in partnership with town staff, has really done a great job in relaunching the website and moving forward. This was presented to the Sewer Project Advisory Committee, Regionalization Project Committee yesterday. But I'll take a quick moment. If you're new to the Paradise Sewer Project, I encourage you to go to this website. Really easy, ParadiseSewer.com. You can also find links on our Town of Paradise website. You find out everything you need to know, literally well documented back to 1983. Asking about what the project is, its collection, transport, and treatment. Where is it? Here's the project map, and you can make it nice and big here. You can say, okay, how much is this going to cost? Am I actually included in this project? And you can punch in an address here. I can type in Skyway, and it'll say this address is in the proposed sewer service area. And so if you get a negative response, at this point, you are not in the proposed project. And that's been consistent. The sewer service area I'll highlight now has been consistent since the 2017 feasibility study. Project benefits, why are we doing this, the project schedule. Here, I know I'll touch on public meetings here in a moment on engagement, but we are in the process of setting a really important date beginning the project scoping period of the environmental impact report, which is our current project phase. This is where the public tells us what they want to hear and what they want to see studied in the environmental impact report. We're only required one meeting, and we're really trying to do and plan and set a date for possibly 2 opportunities, one daytime, one evening, to get that project feedback. And all of those will be live streamed, and you can watch it, record it, send us comments. So more to come there. And so that's the summary page on the homepage, and I promise I'll go quickly. Here's more about public engagement. I have to highlight my favorite part of the website is some great work done by town staff and the clerk's office, really aggregating all of the work we've done that just exists in a lot of different places, but consolidating it into a few locations for us. So we've met and discussed the Paradise Sewer Project since 2015-ish. 50 different times noticed on our agenda. So there's no surprises about how we got here. And if you're looking for more information, you can click here at this website and it'll take you to a link and you'll find the minutes of every single time we've talked about the project. So really excited about that. More information you can find about media releases, media articles, coverage the projects received, upcoming sewer project advisory committee meetings. Prior ones we'll post here, down here. This will be regular project meetings like the EIR scoping that I was discussing. Key activities, get in touch with us, request a presentation, submit a comment, what more about the project committee, and any other materials here on the website, which is great. Environmental, if you're interested or new or confused about what CEQA and NEPA are, the environmental kind of charges we have as municipal employees for the project, receiving federal funds and state funds on the project, we have to go through these processes. So if you're looking for a quick summary about CEQA, you can find it here. And again, we're in this about to start this scoping and minimum 30-day public comment period for moving forward. There's been a lot of technical studies going on. You may not see it, but they're doing biological surveys along the project area, but there's a lot of progress going on the last couple of months. Lastly, I'll touch on two things. One, the project committee. Thank you, Mayor Crowder, Vice Mayor Jones. Great pictures, and we appreciate you being on this committee, working with the City of Chico and their representatives, Mayor and Vice Mayor Coolidge and Reynolds. You can, again, find the link to watch the meetings live. You can find the link to view old ones, find information on how to submit a comment, whether you want to participate live or just send an email before the meeting starts. Okay, for real, last time, frequently asked questions are here. There's so much here. These questions are really top of mind for all of us, but for someone who's new, maybe they're not sure what they don't know yet, and this is a great spot to find that. And then again, technical documents. I mentioned you can find every report that the town of Paradise has published since 1983 here in this one location. So this project continues to be the most studied capital project in Butte County history. We're excited to bring it to the environmental impact report phase as we continue to search for right-of-way design and construction funding, which I'm feeling really good about and probable in the coming months and years. So with that, I'll close the update on the sewer project. And last, I'll just report that for infrastructure, we've hired Knife River Construction under our active transportation program projects in the downtown, encompassed by Pearson, Skyway, Black Olive, and Elliott. Work is underway. Tree removal is complete for both our side of the house in the infrastructure clearance portion. And then again, thank you to the state program for coordinating, working with our contractors, getting the trees removed in our project area as well for their government program. So that's complete, and saw cutting's been done for the storm drain system. The town doesn't have a lot of underground storm drain systems in collection, so we're really excited for our actual downtown to have this and the pipe to start going in the ground here in the coming weeks and days. And we're on track. Knife River will fully mobilize kind of in a more meaningful way once the storm drain work is complete later this summer. But they're on track for completion by the end of the year or early next year at the worst. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions on any of those updates that you might have.
Mark, where do the storm drains?
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just want to say, nice job on the sewer website, and thank you for that. I think that'll calm quite a few fears, at least on the calls that I've been getting.
Great.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that feedback.
Where do the storm drains empty into?
We actually, so the, I'd have to pull up the storm drain map, but the town in 1979, right about around incorporation, did a nice job of the Skyway storm sewer assessment district. We charged ourselves to build a storm drain system along Skyway. So our drainage isn't part of that, and this will eventually tie in. So the work is on along a consolidated system that gets it out of town down into the drainage kind of, I think, between the Neal Basin, I don't have the map, but the Roe Basin. But anyhow, it ties in onto a system we put in 79.
Because I know we have some other areas in town where we have responsibility for stormwater runoff through private property and everything else.
That's true, and there's so much to go through and so little time, but the storm drain master plan, one of our recovery
This is good.
projects.
What you're doing is great.
No
I just-
problem. One of
Go
our
ahead about
recovery
this.
projects for the storm drain master plan is well underway too. A lot of progress, and that'll come before you when it's ready in the next
Great.
couple of months.
Good job, man.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Appreciate your time.
Quick question on the transportation master
Oh, sure.
plan. Some of the other comments that I've been getting is on the Skyway, where it goes from 2 lanes. Is
Sure.
there any talk that, I mean, is there going to be any public comment period on, I know some people wanted to go back to 4, some people are 3.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and that's a comment that we expect to hear and that we have heard in the past. And I think in the environment where we are literally building a new downtown off of the primary arterial, and there's so many different changing factors about where we were versus where we are, that an open discussion in those public meetings we've talked about, when those will be hosted, we can have that then. And in the meantime, our transportation engineers who are looking at the evacuation plans of the town are really looking hard at all of the different options and proposals that we can move forward. It's a different climate for Paradise, especially with the downtown being built on Almond, Birch Fir, Foster. So we expect that. We want to hear that, and you can send me an email on the public comment page on the website. You can attend a public meeting, but I would, from a council perspective in the community, expect to see some proposals and options of what we could do. We have a unique opportunity with the approvals for the road rehabilitation townwide. So we're taking a comprehensive view, not just at one defined area, but a comprehensive view of how can we improve safety, how can we improve evacuations, which projects make sense, which ones provide a lot of benefit versus a little, and certainly the downtown Skyway is one that we'll be looking at as well.
Thank you.
Yep.
On the public comment stuff, are those meetings going to be open? People are tired of Zoom and
Me too.
YouTube and all that crap.
So for the transportation master plan, when I looked at the schedule, and I do have it here in front of me, I believe we were targeting our first host meeting, our first open house or some sort of public engagement meeting in June or July. And depending on our restrictions that are imposed upon us and what we can and can't do, we're absolutely open to that. But again, regardless, one thing, if we do it in person, we're going to have the technology for those to engage virtually as if the entire operation was virtual. And that is logistically challenging in settings other than Dina's doing the best job orchestrating what's going on here. Other people and entities haven't figured this out. It's really challenging to get people to engage and be as if they're here. So we'll have to find a way, if it's here, sure, we can have the public open to a couple of seats, depending on the restrictions at that time. So we'll keep that in mind. I understand the direction, though, to go as much in person as possible.
We should probably, going forward, as we come out of this, whether CMA is open again. I mean, what we did during that project was really good. Whether they have that technology in-house, or we should find out from our technical people, or we should look into that. What is it? Because there's mobile units can come in and set all that stuff up. I know the Performing Arts Center will hold 750, and we're going to be available, to the town for any of these kind of meetings. It's really about getting people involved again.
Yep. That's what we want. So we'll do everything we can to get there. All right.
Anything else?
All right. Thank
Mark,
you.
great job.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want the keyboard too?
We could buy a second mouse.
So Colette Curtis on the business update.
Good evening, Mayor Crowder and Council. Okay, so tonight I'm going to have a brief update for you on economic development going on in the town. So first, I'm excited to talk about some new businesses that we have coming to town. The first one is a business that I would love to share their name, but I can't quite yet. It's a business that the town has been working with to occupy 6800 Skyway, which is the old CVS location. So that's a really prominent location in town on Skyway, a great building, Great location. We're so excited to have that building occupied again. So
It's a great teaser, too.
yes, and I can tell you that this business that's going in is so excited to be here, to be part of our community, that they wanted to share this information themselves. So they're actually going to have a press release coming out tomorrow. So we'll do some more press then, but I wanted to let you know that that information will be available tomorrow, and we are so excited to have them. I wish I could tell you who it was right now, but we'll do a lot of press tomorrow on that. And then I also wanted to talk a little bit about a microbrewery that is looking to locate in Paradise. So this is a master brewer who is very experienced, who has worked in some other known breweries in the state of California and was considering some different areas to locate their brewery, and settled on Paradise. They have family connections here. Their heart is really here in Paradise, and they have made the commitment to come here. They're purchasing a home here. They are have selected some locations to attempt to buy some property. So they're looking at that, and they want to locate in our downtown. They want to be an anchor for us and a really family-friendly, dog-friendly destination for our community. So they are really excited to be part of our vision and our recovery. And I can tell you that in talking with them, talking through our long-term community recovery plan, if I can say it, really, really made them excited about our community. And so really that credit goes to you as council for directing that plan, because they looked at that plan and saw our vision clearly and were excited to be part of it. And so we are so excited to work with them. They're still very early stages. They're still even selecting their name, trying to make sure that Paradise is part of it. They really want to be part of our recovery. So we're going to be working with them every step of the way, and it's a priority for us to make sure that this is a smooth process for them. So some other things we're working on, in economic development. We've talked a little bit about this. This is part of the Transportation Master Plan, the non-residential market study. So this is looking at our non-residential properties and looking kind of for an inventory, what we have available, and doing some projections on that information and creating some tools with that, such as a development opportunity site map that we can use when we're talking with businesses who are interested in locating in Paradise. Right now, we're doing a lot of that already, but it's kind of on a one-on-one basis. We're pulling data together for these businesses as they come. We want to have a more streamlined process where we can point them to some maps and some great tools that they can use on their own and that we can use together as a team to work to get them the information that they need to realize that Paradise is a great place to open their business. We also are holding some industry listening sessions. I've talked to you a little bit about those that we've had so far. We've met with some local realtors. We've also met with our local contractors and builders, developers. Those meetings have gone very well. We're going to continue to have those on a quarterly basis to really understand what's going on with those sectors in town. And we are going to be meeting with our retail, grocery, and restaurant communities here later this month. So really getting some great information that we can use, again, for that non-residential market study to really understand our current business climate. And then finally, we are working as part of the Transportation Master Plan on looking at our design standards. So as you all know, we currently have design standards for the town of Paradise. They differ in different areas of town. They were developed quite a few years ago, and we have an opportunity now to look at them and, kind of bring them into our current reality. What we're facing now in our recovery period, it's also an opportunity to look at ways in which we can provide resources and potential funding for businesses who may want to get on board with some new design standards or the current design standards that are presented in a more user-friendly way, so that there are programs available to help with that cost, to defray any costs that may be associated with those. Another aspect of this is utilizing just some new technology to allow access to those design standards. Right now, it's kind of a PDF that's available, which is fine, but we'd like to make it a little bit more transparent, user-friendly, and accessible for those who are interested in building here. So we're looking at that and working with some really great consultants on putting that together. So we'll have more information on that in the coming months. And so as I do each month, I want to do a business spotlight. This is brought to us by the Chamber of Commerce. So this month, we're going to talk about A Cut Above Paradise. So they are a wonderful salon operating in town, experienced professionals who are willing to meet all of your beauty needs. They recommend calling to make an appointment at 877-7365. They're located at 6848 Skyway, Suite C. They're open Monday through Saturday. So great local location where you can go and get all of your beauty needs accomplished. Especially now that things are opening up. It's great to go do and get your hair done.
What do you think, Woody?
That's not directed at anyone here, I promise.
I did get a cut above. They took a little too much off the top.
Never. And finally, I just wanted to make you all aware that there is some more funding available for COVID-affected businesses. This is coming from the state of California. This is the 6th round of this funding that's available. So there are grants available for businesses that can show that they've been affected by COVID-19. And applications are being accepted. They're not quite open yet, but on April 28th, they will start accepting applications. It's a really short application period. So that's why I wanted to bring it up really early. We'll do a lot of marketing on this on social media and a press release as well to make sure our businesses are aware. We'll do some direct outreach as well to businesses who may qualify for this. And the applications are accepted until May 4th. And you can learn more information about that at careliefgrant.com. And that is it, unless there are any questions.
Exciting news. Thank you.
I have a comment I need
Yeah.
to make. I got a call last week from somebody that was having some challenges with a new business, and I called Kevin and we talked, and I know you reached out, and I talked to the person after all of this and was just told what an outstanding job you did and how happy and calm they were. And thank Kevin for his help, having you call. This is a position we should have had a long time ago, and thank you for doing it.
Thank you, Mayor Crowder. That's very kind of you to say, and I'm very happy to do that. I think that, under this leadership, we are really excited to engage with businesses and make sure that this is an environment in which people want to open a business, we want them to succeed. It's very important to our recovery and to us as a town. So it's, a major priority for us.
Can I suggest maybe that on our town webpage, it has business where your little domain is? Maybe go around and let's get some photographs of like Deja Vu, some mechanic shops, some tire, we got a lot of businesses other than Nikki's and Joy Lynn's, It would be nice to, they're great, they're wonderful business, but, we got some other stuff too that would be nice to showcase.
Absolutely. That's a great suggestion. And yes, we will do some ongoing photography. That was kind of our initial go out and get some good photography at the time, but we will continue to do that because you're right. We have a lot of great businesses that we would love to highlight. Yep. Oh, and actually, there's one thing that I wanted to mention. I almost forgot because it wasn't part of my slide. But it is on the agenda. So I did want to touch on that. And so as two of our council members here know, Mayor Crowder and Councilmember Colleton, we have been presented with an opportunity to look at our town seal anew. And so, yes, that very one. Yes. And so I think this is an interesting moment in the history of Paradise, a recovery moment, as we've talked about quite a bit. And so this is an opportunity where we have to kind of reimagine what our imagery means to us and a way to capture and really embrace our past and our history while recognizing the moment that we're in and also having a vision for the future. Something that can, encompass all of the people that are here in Paradise, whether they've been here for generations, whether they're coming now, and those who will come in the future and be part of this community. And so we have a local artist who is working with us and has submitted some interesting graphics to us to look at. We've had two council members who have started that process, and we are very excited once we hone that down a bit to bring those designs to the full council for your review. I want to stress that this decision on any change would fully be up to council. We do expect to have a public input portion of this opportunity and this process. But I did want to let you know that that is going on, and we expect to have more information for you probably at next month's meeting. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Thanks, Colette.
Thank you.
Tony Lindsay, RV code enforcement update.
Dun, 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 dun.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm here to present the code enforcement update for RVs. So currently, there are 614 temporary use permits issued to displaced residents while making progress toward permanent housing. Of those 614, 98% of the issued temp use permits are complying with regulations. Only 2% remain in violation. The vast majority of the RV ordinance violations are not the recipients of the temp use permits. Unpermitted RV violation compliance is a top priority of code enforcement and requires us to utilize a variety of tactics to achieve voluntary compliance. And that gives me the segue to introduce our community enhancement outreach team. Since my last update, code enforcement has partnered with the police department, fire prevention, and housing to contact occupants of unpermitted RV sites. The team has contacted and engaging occupants in a path toward compliance, explaining violations, and any available assistance through housing department that they may qualify. In the upper left corner picture, you can see our housing staff member Nadia assisting staff communicating in Russian to the occupants of this particular site. And I'll just go over some stats and compliance what kind of progress since our last update. We started with 17 temp use sites in violation. That number was reduced down to 12. RV code enforcement cases, sites without temp use permits started at 85, and we reduced those sites out of compliance, were reduced down to 70.
Can you tell me what that means? If they don't have a temporary use permit, they shouldn't even be there. So how could they be in compliance and still be there? Does that mean that 15 of them left?
Correct. Yeah, we abated, they self-abated, or they corrected the violations. They moved on.
So you're not talking about holding them to the same standards that the people with permits have, like garbage and...
Correct.
You're not doing that. Their standard is if you don't have a permit, you have to leave.
Correct.
Thank you.
You have to abate your situation, right? And that means removing the RV, and that oftentimes comes with some other debris, right? And so they have to remove everything to bring that site into compliance.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. So administrative warnings started at 91, but due to proactive enforcement, because we're out there and we're seeing new sites around, that number spiked up to 108, but we're able to reduce that number to a total of 82 open RV violations townwide. The next sections, you'll see an increase in citations issued. However, overall, we are able to bring 26 RV sites into compliance. And that's a combination of the temp use permit ones and the regular, violators, right? The unpermitted RV sites. We worked with the town attorney to post 10-day abatement notices on our 5 most egregious sites. 2 self-abated. That means they removed the RV off the property, right? And then 3 appealed the abatement notices. So we're working on the next steps, setting abatement hearings, working with town attorney Moore. And appeal, they have to go to appeal hearings, and that's our next step, and those will be scheduled.
Are those done here?
Correct.
Those are done here?
They will be done here. I forget the name of the hearing officer that will be. There you go.
What is that again? Say it to everybody can hear it.
What was his name?
Gregory Einhorn.
Good name.
Yeah, there you go. So other items to note, code enforcement team is now operating out of the Building Resiliency Center. Our new direct hire team member Cindy has created efficiencies in our internal processes and serves our customer base at our code enforcement counter. And our new senior supervising code enforcement officer Roy has been an impact player since stepping through the door only a couple weeks ago. So it's really bolstered our team. A few months passed since council adopted an ordinance prohibiting the sale of flavored tobacco. We this month notified all our retailers by mail, and we also dropped out packets informing them of the ordinance that was passed. And also, just a couple other things, we abated 5 other vehicles and investigated a variety of fencing and noise and miscellaneous complaints while being conscious of the council priority of RVs. That kind of ends my report and available for questions.
I have a question about timing for these next steps you're working on in the appeal hearings. When do you anticipate those hearings happening, and then what happens after those hearings?
Good evening, council. The hearings are going to be scheduled for May, and hearing decisions are expected to be issued 2 weeks after the hearings. We envision initiating abatement proceedings in June, assuming that the appeals are denied and that, as I would expect, that would be the timing.
Thank you. It's very nice to see progress.
Thank you. Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 2, consent calendar. 1 roll call vote taken. Do I have a motion?
I move approval.
Do you need to ask for cards?
Tina, cards?
We have no cards on the consent calendar items.
I'll second then.
Motion by Bolin, seconded by Jones. Roll call vote. Councilmember Bolin?
Aye.
Councilmember Culleton?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Tryon?
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder.
Aye. So, item 4, public communication. Tina, cards?
I did not receive any cards or email comments for the public communication.
Okay. So, item 5, public communication. I'm sorry, public hearings. Susan.
Thank you, Mary Crowder. Good evening, Council. This item tonight is a follow-up from a previous conversation between Council and staff. We were talking about code enforcement efforts on abandoned and burned commercial signs, and some of that conversation turned into the fact that there are signs along the Skyway that are located in the RDA, and should they have been damaged so badly that they necessitated being taken down, they couldn't necessarily replace them in the same size and height that they currently exist. So council's direction to staff was to take a look at the sign ordinance, see if there's any way, anything that we can do to help facilitate the replacement of those signs. And so tonight's presentation is a conversation about amending the sign ordinance to remove any kind of language or sign standards that are tied to the old RDA. Per state law, all of the state's RDAs needed to be dissolved by February 1st, 2012. So even though our ordinance talks about it, it's more in terms of a geographical area because we don't have the agency anymore. And I just wanted to clarify the difference between the RDA and zoning. So the RDA for us is just a geographical area, but the commercial properties in that area all have some sort of zoning assigned to them. The majority of the commercial lots are all community commercial. Some of the others, like where Parks and Rec are, community facilities, community services, but the majority, almost 95% of them, are community commercial, if they're a commercial lot in the RDA. Right now, the RDA and the Scenic Highway Corridor share sign standards, and the Scenic Highway Corridor is Neal Road, Pence Road, and Skyway as you come into town all the way up to Neal. So if we remove the RDA references, the Scenic Highway Corridor would still have its own sign standards, right? Monument or post, and post are the ones with 2 supports, monuments down to grade, 100 square feet, 8-foot max, 1 per site. By removing the RDA, then it's whatever those commercial property zonings are. That's what's going to dictate their sign standards. So the majority would just revert back to the community commercial sign standards. And as you can see, they're more generous. And I think this helps solve that issue that council was seeing about some of these signs in the Skyway. So now in the CC zone, you can do monument, post, or pole. So pole is a single support, 100 square feet. The monuments can be up to 10 feet, and the post, pole, and pylon can be up to 16 feet. And I think that covers most of the signs you see out there. And just a reminder, if there was one that was larger, we still have a process where you can get permission through the commission to rebuild it as a non-conforming use. So it's not an absolute, right? Still options. And you can have up to 2 signs per site. And then the other few that are in the RDA will just revert back to the third column, the CF, the CS, the neighborhood commercial. Much more stringent, but it's also because those kind of land uses are also found in more residential neighborhoods. So those sign standards are more appropriate for residential neighborhood integration. So they're only 40 square feet, 6-foot height, 1 per site.
But there's still the standards of site and everything else that play into that. I mean, you're just talking about the sign.
Yes, sir.
Possible if it fits on the property without
Yes.
obstruction at all.
And these are just about freestanding. There's still signs that can be mounted to the building, right? Projecting signs off of the buildings. This is just in terms of the freestanding signs.
So on that particular one, community facilities, like, looking at, and I don't know if it was, like Parks and Rec.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, or the church across the street. Okay, so McDonald's or a commercial building can have a great big tall sign, 100
Correct.
square feet, but Parks and Rec district, like one, they can only have a smaller sign.
They have a smaller sign. And I think that's just to remember.
I mean, you know, if it's in the same.
Sure, because it's not unheard of, just like the property the town just bought on the corner of Sawmill and Pearson. A lot of these are church or educational facilities, and they tend to be right along the boundaries of residential. And it's not necessarily appropriate to have 16-foot tall pole signs next to a house, right? So the standards are just a little bit tighter because that's you know, the neighborhoods that those kind of uses are typically found in. Though I understand Parks and Rec is totally different. And if they had a sign that was bigger, that was damaged, needed to be replaced, they have an avenue to do it. So the council action requested tonight would be to concur with the environmental determination that's within the Planning Commission Resolution 2102, to waive the first reading of Ordinance 607. I apologize that it's in your staff report as 608. It was a numbering error, so it's 607. And then introduce Ordinance 607, which recommends text amendments to the sign regs found within Title 17 of the PMC. And if there's any questions that council has, and hopefully this addresses the concerns that were raised.
I think it does, and it was very clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan, what about electric signs?
So electronic message.
Just size and height, right?
You are correct. So there's another section of the sign regs that talks about prohibited signs. And normally, electronic message signs are prohibited unless they're in the CF or the CS. So school facilities, churches have the opportunity to have those changeable message signs, but not general community commercial. It's not permitted in that zone currently.
Does that include neon signs too?
No, those would just be considered internally illuminated.
Susan, I have one
Yes, sir.
question. I had seen a letter from Stock Company.
Thank you for bringing that up. I did forget about that.
If you could kind of
Absolutely.
explain.
So as I read it, what I understand the request to be, there is a separate section in the sign ordinance that deals specifically with billboards. And billboards are signs on property that are advertising a use or a business for something that is not located on that site.
Right.
The general plan is specific about where billboards can and cannot be permitted, as well as the sign ordinance. Right in the preamble of that section, it says that billboards are potentially permitted in the CS zone, in the IS zone, industrial and commercial, and I think a couple others, but it does not list the downtown, which is the CB. So I think Stop misunderstands what we're doing here, because the request was to strike the subsection in the billboard section that said they can't be in the downtown revitalization area. Even if we struck it, there's still a listing of zones that billboards are potentially permitted in, and CB is not one of them. So they still would not have the opportunity to place a billboard in the downtown. Are there a few parcels that are not zone CB in the downtown? Yeah, but very few, probably less than 10. Commercial.
Well, I like Stott, but I'm okay with not having more billboards in the downtown.
Well, and they already have some in town.
You are correct.
And they're just, and we got into this back in the RDA days.
Mm-hmm.
We wanted to eliminate it. And the lawyers told us it's a taking away, and it got into, we can't do that.
Right.
We can't make them go away.
I don't want
Well, we
more.
certainly don't want any more.
Right. And I can understand with this drive, this continual push towards a walkable downtown. Do billboards help promote that? And that's really the question. And
Well, this agenda item specifically was to address people who already had signs.
you're correct.
And make it possible for them to have that sign again. It wasn't to add signs that weren't here.
Right.
That's not the purpose of what we're doing.
Right. And certainly not about billboards. But thank you for bringing that up because I did forget about that.
And I thought this was to get rid of the damaged signs, the ones that are melted and stuff.
That's kind of what predicated this conversation. I think it was just the understanding or the realization that these old RDA standards for an agency that hasn't existed for 9 years would make it difficult for some of these Skyway commercial properties to rebuild their taller signs because, they were limited to, 10 feet, 8 foot? 8 foot max. But by removing that RDA, because it's already defunct, now those same pole and post signs can be 16 foot tall. And that's going to really accommodate what they're trying to get at.
It's what's wrong. The problem I have with billboards, and I know it gets into the lawyers crazy. I mean, we have ordinances. If I own a business in town and I have a sandwich board, I'm limited as to how many banners I can put up. How many, if I own a brick and mortar business and I'm bringing revenue in, these guys are making money. They don't pay us nothing, and they're advertising places outside of town, and they're ugly. I know there's no way to get rid of them, but, too bad the fire didn't take them out.
Wow. Okay, we need to open this up.
Oh, I know. Wait, hold on.
Okay. Like to open public comment. Any cards, Dina?
So I would just like to read the letter from Stott so that everybody is aware of what they were requesting. Dear Mayor Crowder and members of the Town Council, I hope that this letter finds all of you well. Thank you for your leadership and service on the Town Council. I'm writing this letter to suggest a minor modification to the proposed code amendment to further support local businesses and economic development efforts in Paradise. I apologize for not bringing this up at the earlier Planning Commission hearing, but I just became aware of the proposed code amendment today. My name is Greg Redeker, and I'm the Senior Real Estate Manager for Stott Outdoor Advertising, a business which has been based in Butte County since it's founded in 1949. Stott has a long history of working with Paradise businesses to help advertise their goods and services to those traveling through the area, particularly along major roadways such as Skyway. While local businesses benefit from such advertising, local government also profits in the form of increased tax revenues. The proposed amendment would remove standards specific to the former Paradise redevelopment area, thereby allowing taller freestanding signs up to 16 feet in height for post, pole, or pylon signs, no more than 100 square feet per face in the former RDA. Such an amendment supports local businesses in the ongoing reconstruction efforts on the ridge, primarily along the Skyway. These revised sign size limits are also identical to the size of billboards that the town currently allows, indicating that the town finds this size of sign acceptable in the former RDA. Outdoor Advertising would respectfully request that the town council consider also removing the restrictions for placing billboards along that portion of the Skyway within the downtown revitalization master plan area, which is contained within the boundaries of the former Paradise RDA. Doing so would allow both on-site and off-site signage up to 16 feet in height throughout the former RDA and would further support local economic development efforts. The requested modification could be accomplished by simply deleting PMC 17.37.600A6. Please note that existing space standards between billboards contained in PMC 17.37.600.A5 mean that this would have the practical effort of allowing just one or two additional billboards along the Skyway compared to current sign regulations. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Stott looks forward to continuing to support Ridge businesses as building efforts continue and to partner with local landowners to help them earn additional income from their properties. If you have any questions, please contact me at 530-717-2705 or gredeker@stottoutdoor.com. Thank you.
That it, Dina?
That is the only comment that I received on this agenda item.
Okay.
I'll move approval of staff recommendation.
Close the meeting.
Oh, sorry.
So it's 8:09, close the public comment. Any
And I'll
discussion?
move approval for staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Jones, seconded by Bolin. And also just to confirm that this is introducing ordinance 607
Right.
and waiving the reading of the title. Well, roll call vote. Councilmember Bolin?
Aye.
Councilmember Culleton?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Tryon?
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder.
Aye.
So this is the first reading of the ordinance. It will be brought back at the May meeting, and then it will go into effect 30 days after that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank
So,
you.
item 5B, conduct a public hearing to receive comment on the consolidated annual performance and evaluation report for the community development block. Kate Anderson.
Yes, good evening again, Mayor Crowder, Vice Mayor Jones, and council members. We are asking that you hold a public hearing to solicit comments for our consolidated annual performance and evaluation report, also known as the CAPER. This is specifically for our Community Development Block Grant Program, or CDBG, our annual allocation, not to be confused with the DR funds that we heard earlier. So the CAPER outlines CDBG program accomplishments and expenditures for the fiscal year 2019 to 2020, as well as provides an evaluation of the town's progress toward meeting its community development goals and objectives. We held a 15-day public notice period starting March 27th and made the CAPER available at Town Hall, at the Brick, and on our website. This is the second of 2 public hearings, as we held one earlier today. No comments, written or verbal, have been received to date. We ask council to open this second public hearing and, after consideration, authorize the town manager to submit the CAPER to HUD.
Thank you. 8:11, we'll open it for public comment. Dina?
I did not receive any emails or cards on this item.
So we'll give it a minute or so and close the public comment.
You could just ask it.
Yeah, we didn't publish a phone number for people to call. It was
Okay.
either email
Well-
comments or,
So 8:11, we'll go ahead and 8:12. So we'll close public comment.
Move approval.
Second.
motion by Bolin, seconded by Culleton. Roll call vote. Councilmember Bolin?
Aye.
Councilmember Culleton?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Tryon?
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder.
Aye. Thank you, Kate. Item 6, council consideration, action item presented by staff. I'm sorry, consider waiving the reading of the town. Nope, we're first one. Yeah. Consider waiving the reading of the entire town of Paradise urgency ordinance 608. Susan?
Thank you, Mayor Crowder. Good evening again, council. So this agenda item is regarding the urgency ordinance that had expired in December of 2020, regarding fire debris removal, and specifically the subsection that dealt with the wood storage and processing yards. In February, we had a private citizen give a presentation to the council and also bringing up a request perhaps that the yards be opened up to the ability for the state contractors to use them, as well as to extend the deadline that those yards were issued for, which was the end of 2020. At the end of that presentation, staff was given 2 directives. One was to engage with Cal OES about their interest, if any, of using any of these town wood storage and processing yards, and then also to bring back the urgency ordinance with these amendments for council's consideration, both, again, opening it up to the state program, as well as extending the deadline. So what the amendments that are in the packet would do would be to reestablish the urgency ordinance, because it did expire, It would continue to include that subsection that temporarily permits temporary log storage yards, and that's for the logs and vegetation that are removed from campfire-affected properties to be stored and processed before being sent off-site. And now that section is edited in the definition to include both private and state contractors. It would continue to allow processing of materials that include chipping and milling, but not burning. It still caps the licenses at 5 for the duration. The 3 that we did issue that have expired would need to reapply. And the reasons that were outlined in the staff report were because we did have to notice all the neighboring landowners within 1,200 foot, and in that notice, it was specified that it would not include the state program and that all noise and activities would end by the end of 2020. So we need to, that alone may have been a reason why people didn't protest some of those notices. So if we change it, we need to renotice if anybody wants to reapply for those licenses so that those landowners have the opportunity to comment on that. Again, it's the same zones as before: industrial, community commercial, community facility and service, ag res, rural res, multifamily. The quiet hours would still be from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., 7 days a week. Like we were just talking about, we do notice all the landowners. A normal noticing is 300 feet. This one's 1,200 because of the potential impacts. And then it also includes an extended expiration for the ordinance to the end of this year, unless modified by council. So for council's consideration, if desired by a majority, would be to waive the entire reading of the urgency ordinance and adopt Ordinance 608, an urgency ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Paradise, establishing requirements for the removal of fire damaged debris from private property following the campfire, or you're welcome to make additional text amendments as you see appropriate to it, or you can decline to readopt the fire damage debris removal urgency ordinance, and it would continue then to just be expired.
Susan, when
Yes.
you reached out to Cal OES, what was their response?
Katie, correct me if I misspeak, but the response was that their contracts were already made for the sites that they were hauling their wood and vegetation to, and that they would not be breaking those to use ours.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Have anybody that had the permits for this before expressed any interest?
Not directly to myself or to my staff since the end of last year, no.
So, and we're looking for money to do the other 150 million trees that are out there in the back 40. So this idea of processing at sites in town and then transporting the chips, which would have a lot of advantages, is something that's going to be necessary later on.
Quite possibly, yes.
We're hoping.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we got dead trees everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some other sections in the old ordinance where everything is prohibited, so we'd have to go in and change those too. The concern I had, I mean, if this, I think the expiring in the end of this year, you won't even get it running by then. But because of this future thing, whether we have to come back later on once we get that funding and pass another emergency ordinance, I get the idea that they have to. How much does it cost to get a use permit?
These temporary use permits are about $180.
Oh, that's all?
Yeah, they don't begin to cover.
Okay. I thought there was a lot of money.
When it is a permanent use permit, yes.
Oh, when it's a permit, okay.
Those are about
This one-
$800.
Okay,
Yes.
well then, because that was the other point, the people that applied, and your point about having to
Right.
notice people because, hey, we told you this wasn't going to happen, now it is.
Yeah.
That's a good point, but, I just didn't want, I thought it was many thousands of dollars.
No, and we could certainly, they had to do a biological survey for the property. There are some things that we can reuse that data.
Yeah, that's what I was, that's what I was
Exactly.
getting at.
Absolutely.
If they've already jumped through the hoops, okay, so maybe we could, reissuance fee, and it would have to cover the cost of mailing, staff time, but if it's only $150.
But you bring up a good point.
I just think that, I don't think there's any need to change it for 6 months. I mean,
Right. And you can direct staff
I
to
mean-
bring it back later when we know that that other program's moving forward.
Yeah, I think we ought to like flush it out and like have it ready when the back 40 thing kicks in. Because somehow that's got to get done. We can't rebuild this community with all these dead trees sitting around. But yeah, it's too bad that there was a misunderstanding in the beginning.
So if it's my understanding that what you're saying is that if we move forward and there are some approved at this point, because the one gentleman who spoke with us earlier obviously wants to move forward with his or did at the time, then we could relook at it at the end of the year. And if there's still back 40 trees that need to be processed, then we could extend it at that point.
So the 3 temporary use permits that the town did issue all expired. So there's no current ones right now. But if the council didn't feel that there was a need at this moment to readopt this urgency ordinance, but knows that there may be in the future when the back 40 tree money comes through and we bring it back then, we can reach out to those folks who did have the license, give them the opportunity to reapply just the site plan, and the new application cover sheet, and we can use all the attachments they gave us before and then get started right away with the noticing to the neighborhood and, get them to a point where we can get permitted again, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah. So if we were to approve it tonight and have them move forward, then they can start moving forward with their process.
They could.
And then we could extend it if needed later down the road. I think the one thing that stood out for me was when he talked about in processing, it's like, you can take 4 trucks and put it into 1 truck that's going down the hill.
By chipping.
I mean, that's, and that was impactful for me.
Here's another thing a little sideways thing. Everybody got a letter from the fire department.
Yes, sir.
And everybody's going to be scrutinized, and everybody's going to get tickets if their weeds are more than 4 inches tall and whatever, And the fire chief has a lot of concerns about dead branches and dead trees laying in yards. And there's currently no place to take it. You can't burn it anymore, and you can't take it. You can take it to Neal Road landfill, and you'll sit in line for over 2 hours. They're not even supposed to take green waste in there. And we own a property and used to run a green waste yard. Now we don't want to do it because it's $30,000 a month. We need to provide something, we're putting people, our citizens, in a catch-22. Here, you're going to get a ticket because your weeds are too tall, and there's no place for you to take them.
But this doesn't, they can't take their weeds to these sites.
You wouldn't want them to take the weeds to the sites.
No, but you got all the other stuff,
Yeah.
And there are sites that Old Durham Wood takes weeds. And if you had somebody that had one of these properties that could process material there, and they had a deal with a composting facility, and there's a few of those around, they could take that. I mean, so.
But according to the urgency ordinance, it
Well,
doesn't cover
we can change the
weeds.
urgency ordinance. We have another urgency on the threshold, You got a town that can burn again.
I'm just saying, this ordinance we're looking at doesn't do what you're talking about.
Well, we can change it. It says we can.
It's a separate issue.
Yeah.
It is.
I move that we move forward with staff recommendation on
Could
the
we
top
finish
part.
discussion?
Sure.
I have no idea why we're really talking about this at this point. The state says that they won't use them. The one person who got one of these up and running had to shut it down because no place would take his stuff. None of the other people could make it work. The impacts to the neighbors who have rebuilt and have undergone a lot of stress are huge. At this point, I see no need for this, and I'm totally opposed to it. I'm willing to look at it again if and when the Back 40 program gets approved, but at this point, I'm totally opposed to it.
Rose?
That's fine. I was just going to make a motion to move forward with the top part of this if there's no more discussion on it.
I guess that's me. I've spoken to a couple of grapple truck drivers, and I said, how long did it take you? They're going down to Durham Wood. And he says, it takes me 20 minutes, and I timed him. I saw him leave the property, and he came back in an hour. And he said, I can do it faster than that usually, but he said I got caught in some traffic. So he gets like 7 or 8 loads a day down the hill. And I said, is it a problem? He said, no, it's not. He's actually working pretty good. Right now, I don't see it. And with the problem we've had in the past, when we had one that was trying to do it and we got in trouble with neighbors and stuff, I don't want to go through that again at this point. I just don't want to do it. And I'm in town all day long. The only time I see gravel trucks stacked up is in the morning when they're leaving the yard going to the sites. That's the only time. Every time the rest of the day, I mean, I'm all over town. I see one here. I might see 5 or 6, maybe 7 in a day. There's just not that many traveling. They're loading up and they're going down the hill and they're coming back, and it's just not a lineup like we saw with the debris trucks. So I would be in favor of bringing this back later. Also, right now with state not doing it, which they can't. They got contracts. There's just no way. So it makes perfect sense. I think we bring this back later if it makes sense. Right now, I'm not interested.
I think part of my concern with that is if we move forward with it now and these guys get approved, then later down the road when we're doing the back 40s, we're not scrambling to get these approvals done because these guys already have them approved and then we can use them for the back 40. Because let's be honest, if it's not going to work out for them to do it, they're going to close these down. I mean, they may go through the approval process and say, okay, it's not worth it for us to even use them.
And they already have closed them down. There's one that has, and to see what this grant does and see how effective it is, whether it's going to really do what we need it to do before we. And it's a mess. I wouldn't want these close to me. They're loud. They're very loud, and it's a lot of dust flying in the air. So it's not a desirable thing to have. One in my backyard. So.
And I think too, we have the process available that if neighbors don't want it, they can certainly speak up and stop it too. This is, I guess for me, I feel like there's so many times that we don't have things in place when we need it. And I think that's kind of one of my concerns here is if we, have these in place and when we hit these back 40 trees, we're rolling versus, okay, now we got to scramble to get something approved to get those taken care of.
I guess my concern is you're saying there's no other options for them. There are other options, and they're using those options right now. The options are being used right now. So, I mean, it's not like there's not other options. This is an additional option. And so it's not like when they started cutting those trees, it's not like they don't have some place to take this stuff. They do. They have a place to take it. They're doing it right now. They got relationships. They're probably the same trucks probably. So anyway, I just don't see it at this point.
Well, listening to the presentation that the gentleman gave that was looking at opening the yard, we had issued a permit, correct?
To him.
Mm-hmm. Okay. If he wanted, my understanding is when he was here, he was hoping to get Cal OES trees as well.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't appear that's going to happen. If he, at this point, wanted to try to go forward without it, I don't know why we shouldn't give him the opportunity, knowing what he's walking. He's either going to make it or he's not going to make it. I'm kind of thinking that probably without the Cal OES at these trees, he probably doesn't want to do it. I did ask him the question, which if he could make it or not, and he didn't know.
Right.
So I don't know that necessarily shut the door right now on him if he's, looking to try. And like I said, maybe it is good to have in place, and I don't know that I don't see him moving forward with it now. But I don't know that we should shut it down.
Steve, let me one other thing.
Yes,
we
sir.
approved 5 yards way back when this was first done.
We allowed up to 5,
Up
only
to-
approved
so
3.
We get that, and so 3 people. The thing why I would support, like going ahead and extending this thing and all, would be because when the back 40 thing comes in, I get, okay, Cal OES, they signed contract, because they were told the town didn't want anything in town. And Greg's right. The chipping yard that was going on, I mean, the chippers make a lot of noise. You know, I didn't understand how they approved a yard right on Clark Road across from the church. I didn't understand that at all, other than they couldn't operate on Sunday. But if we pass this, if we massage this and allow that processing, then, and the funding comes through for the back 40, then when the government or whoever is out there bidding on the contract and they write these contracts, they'll at least know that we are going to allow that. And that'll change their cost breakdown. You know, paying the fuel for a chipper truck, taking 5 truckloads of chips down to, they take it to Anderson. You know, right now they take the branches and the debris to Old Durham Wood or to Orville, and they grind it up and put it in a chipper truck, a walking bed, and they take it to Anderson. And so, you know, I mean, at least if it's on the books, like Steve said, maybe it doesn't make sense. DJ talked to the guy, say, hey, look, it doesn't work. You know, it's not about trying to get Cal OES to change what they're doing. They're going to finish their little song and dance show and take out the trees they've committed to. But this way, then, as something else comes up, and in December it expires, if nobody uses it, nobody uses it. You know, I don't know. I agree with Rose. We should have the tools in place, whether we like the process or not. You know, rather than let these other agencies come into town and dictate to us and lie to us and everything else that they've been doing. So I'm going to support it.
You've confused me about the Back 40 program. That is a reimbursement program where it pays 75% of the cost to the homeowner. And doesn't the homeowner then hire the person who takes the trees out?
No, that's not the way. That was going to be a town-administered program, Jody, was my understanding. Was it not, Kevin?
Yeah, how much matter?
So we haven't decided on how that program is actually going to be administered at this point in time.
But the state's not going to be involved.
The state right now will not be involved, but it could be a town like the state program right now. We could be that state program.
Where you contract with someone.
Correct. Or it could be a reimbursement program that we work through the property owner and then reimburse back. So we're not sure how that's going to be administered at this point in time. We're still waiting for a lot of the approval process for that hazard mitigation program to be actually approved.
So it's very unclear how these yards might fit into that program.
At this point, you are correct.
So if I could add one more thing too, and I think Cal OES might have mentioned this in prior months, but because these dollars are, you know, we have to pay attention to federal compliance with these funds, tree contractors who the town may subcontract to operate the Category 4 tree removal program will be responsible for making sure those trees get to the end-use facility. So a processing yard is not an end-use facility. It would be a place where they might hold it, and then ultimately they would have to move it. So what Cal OES said about not necessarily wanting to use these yards in town now, it was not only that they're well underway with their operations and the contracts, it was also it's more efficient for them not to necessarily hold the logs in one place and then to pick them back up and to move them, but to actually load the trucks one time and move them out of town. So it's just something to keep in mind that we might see something similar coming back from contractors should the town actually operate the program.
Yeah, but Katie, the problem, and the argument we can make to them if they come back and say, oh, this is what we got to do, is that we're tearing up our infrastructure with that many trucks and, you know, however many they told us they have and however many there would be. And so there's less cost for them with a grappler truck driving 4 miles to dump it into a pile, and it goes into a chipper truck, and then it gets hauled down to Anderson or wherever the final destination is. That's all part of the deal. And whether the town hires tree contractors with these funds or not, I mean, it's all going to end up there. That's the deal. And it's just a matter of whether, I mean, I mean, where they're taking it now is they're doing exactly the same thing. They're paying more mileage, more labor, more time, driver time, in order to haul it to Oroville or to I forget where it's being shipped down in that area. There's two places it's being hauled locally. It's being shipped there and then transported to the cogen plants. That's what's going on. So you're either driving the truck 5 miles to dump it off in a local yard and have it processed and then taken in bulk, which makes way more sense economically as a taxpayer. I'd rather see my money go further that way than all those other ways, So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but then we need to make that argument when those funds become available, say, because we don't want all your trucks driving all across our roads 18 times a day to get this product out of here.
Yeah, I definitely understand that. I do want to emphasize what Kevin was saying, though, that we really are still in the design process with this program. We're working through the environmental components right now. So all of this will be taken into consideration, including kind of the billing, monitoring, assessing, all of that. So I appreciate this conversation. As we were saying, as we were talking about a little bit earlier, should we need something like this, we will have lead time as the Category 4 program develops to bring this back, kind of anticipating
if you
some of
already
that.
have the tools sitting there on the shelf, right? We already have the deal. We can sit here and we can massage it, we can make a couple little changes to it, and we can put it back on the shelf. If nobody uses it, and then when the program, if it happens in August, then, okay, we got something we can pull out and further fine tune if we have to. I mean, the fact that, well, no, let's just get rid of it, and then let's go through the whole process again, let's have another public hearing, it's pretty simple stuff.
Yeah, I'm definitely not advocating one way or the other. Just want to be clear. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
So this permit would still expire in December, correct?
The way the amendments are written now, correct, this reestablished urgency ordinance would expire at the end of this year. Though, of course, it's at council's pleasure. If you'd rather push it out, you absolutely can.
And if it expired in December and nothing happened and the same person in January wanted to try again, would that lengthen things? Would it be a big deal? What?
It would be essentially the same thing that we're doing now. Because it's an urgency ordinance, it becomes effective immediately. So if we were just getting started with the back 40 trees at the end of this year and we realized we needed more time and either we just didn't get to it and it lapsed again, we could correct it as early as the very next month. Or if we can get to it in time, we can extend it out.
Motion?
Is this a public hearing? No. Okay. You didn't make a motion?
Yeah, I move that we move forward with the urgency ordinance as recommended by staff.
I'll second.
Motion by Tryon, seconded by Culleton. Roll call vote. Councilmember Bolin?
No.
Councilmember Culleton?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Jones?
No.
Councilmember Tryon?
Yes.
And Mayor Crowder?
And as written, it's going to expire in December, correct?
Yes, sir, December 31st, 2021.
Well, I don't think it's going to happen, so I'm going to go ahead and say yes, and if the gentleman wants to try it.
I just need to ask legal counsel, Mark, since this is an urgency ordinance, does it have to pass by 4/5?
Called blind, huh?
That's a curveball, sorry. Can we take a?
Can we just go on and you can come back and tell us? Because we've all voted already.
And then let's check the minutes of all.
Okay, it says right in the beginning, urgency findings. This urgency ordinance is adopted pursuant to California Government Code 36934 and shall take effect immediately upon its approval by at least a 4/5 vote of the town council. So, and that was only three to.
That's only if it goes into effect immediately, or?
Yeah, they still have to apply and everything.
It's still, the motion does not pass because it was not approved by 4/5 of the council. The motion, the vote failed.
Thank you.
Item 6B, consider waiving alternative thresholds required to take effect on July 1st, 2021, the urgency ordinance relating to interim housing. This is Susan and Katie.
Yes, here we are. Good evening again. We will be talking about the urgency ordinance. I've got a couple of slides here. So this is a follow-up on our conversation at the last meeting, really evaluating the end of the urgency ordinance and talking about and testing some of the assumptions we made when we extended the deadline from December 31st into this year at the October 13th council meeting last year. So we are coming forward with a couple of different options and a staff recommendation. The options include to leave the ordinance unchanged and end as scheduled. So what that means is we would allow folks to stay on property beyond June 30th of this year until December 31st of this year if they meet an alternative threshold such as a signed contract with a builder, a signed contract for a manufactured home. They are working with town housing specialists or state agencies on a housing program. So I did want to note, we heard from HCD today that enrollment will be when the application process has begun. A building permit has been applied for but is not issued yet, or they have a signed contract with a plans designer. Option 2 is to remove the alternative thresholds of compliance. So this would mean essentially we would remove that middle of the year requirement that they meet an alternative threshold, and they would essentially not necessarily need to be meeting any one of those options that I just listed off, and the ordinance would expire December 31st of this year. Those with temporary use permits issued under this urgency ordinance who are not actively rebuilding with an issued building permit would need to vacate their property or go through the abatement process after the deadline. Our staff recommendation either way is to stop issuing temporary use permits now under the urgency ordinance because we have over 350 temporary use permits that have been issued but have not started the rebuild process. We're concerned about the ability of staff to keep up on this number. I did speak with Susan and we talked about how this number already exhausts our resources and potentially adding to this number may not be sustainable for the town. But we would also be giving ourselves the time to really reach out to everyone with a temporary use permit, talking about the town housing programs, which we've done several times, but we will be able to do with the opportunity now to talk about the OOR process and the survey that is now open. So we are, let's see. We did hear from HCD today too, and those were excellent questions. So I wanted to commend the council for those, that it is possible that people will be able to apply for funds and have their eligibility tested before the end of this year, but they couldn't make any promises about whether or not people would be in a position to have a building permit issued by the end of this year. But we're not today talking about the December 31st deadline. We're really looking at what we're requiring at the middle of this year. Will we require those alternative thresholds be met, or will we just allow them to remain on their property with a temporary use permit without meeting an alternative threshold or without having an active building permit until the end of this year? So a couple of the reasons that we extend the urgency ordinance in the first place was we were under the impression that OOR funds would probably be on the street quarter 1, quarter 2 of 2021. The PG&E settlements, we thought we would be farther along in the disbursement of those. We were hoping, I think optimistically last year, that COVID impacts would be over. We're starting to see those lift, but certainly still seeing some of those impacts on folks and their employment status, et cetera. And as we know, we are still in the process of removing trees from town. So we extended the urgency ordinance that originally was set to expire last year to be able to give time for folks to kind of overcome some of these financial barriers. And what we find ourselves now is in a situation where we're seeing a need to extend maybe a little bit further into this year to the end of this year to give people time to close those gaps if they have some sort of financial need, to give us time as a town to reach out to them, to talk about what their options are, to get them through the survey process for the OOR funds and into the application process, and all of the other services that we know we can provide. So that outlines kind of the options that we came up with as a staff. And depending on what the council decides today, we would bring back the revised urgency ordinance in May, and upon adoption, it would take effect immediately.
So Katie, can we make, I mean, I get what you're saying, and I'm not necessarily going to disagree with that, but what I don't want to see is the people that are living here non-complying with our rules. I don't want to see that extended. If they're not complying, they need to be gone. And we need to have, just as we did, the water, power, septic. I think the septic systems should have to be inspected, just like on new construction on a house, so we know that it's functioning. And you absolutely have to have the permit. I want to see a card issued with a date on it where PD driving by could see that they belong there. And can we adopt that into the extension?
So that's a good question. I'll probably defer that one to Susan, but I just wanted to acknowledge that this urgency ordinance really is only about the RVs that do have temporary use permits issued. So those that do not have temporary use permits are in violation, as we established earlier today. So we're not talking necessarily about making changes to that. And as Tony was saying earlier, the majority of those with the temporary use permits that he's interacting with are in compliance. So I don't think that the violation piece necessarily changes with this. All this does really is, at the midpoint of this year, do we expect people to be meeting one of the alternative thresholds? Let me see if I can go back. To have the building permit applied for, to be enrolled in a housing program, to have a signed contract with the builder. Do we expect people to be in that position, understanding that we have 350 people still with the temporary use permits that have not entered the rebuild process yet? And I think, as we established at the last meeting, about 265 of those 350 did own the property pre-fire and would be eligible for programs. So I just wanted to mention that. Again. So we have over 350 temporary use permits that have not shown signs of rebuilding yet. So that is applied for a building permit. Susan, you kind of did that analysis, so I don't want to speak for Susan, but Kate and her team looked at that number to see who might be eligible for a town housing program or for OOR, and I think it was like 265 of those did own the property pre-fire and would be eligible, so are probably waiting for these surveys to be released.
So there's about 90 that don't fit in that program.
That's right. Do you want to talk about the 350, Susan?
So what Katie was mentioning, there's, of the 614 temporary use permits that we've issued, only 12 of them have some kind of violation about not complying with one of the conditions. That's really good. Yeah. And we're going to continue to get them on a path of compliance, right? Because we want 0 non-compliance, but that's really good, 12 out of 614. But out of that 614, there's about 360 some odd that, have not provided any evidence of working with a licensed professional to start their plans. They're not working with Kate's program. They haven't applied for a permit. They don't have one issued. And so that's the group we really want to take the rest of the year to focus on. And when Kate was up here mentioning about her team continues to reach out to these temporary use permit holders to encourage them to apply for the program. But I know part of the feedback has always been, because hers is a loan, we don't want to incur additional debt when we know all this money's coming from our PG&E settlement. And that's been part of the difficulty, is we really thought some of these payouts. I have a lot of staff over at the BRIC, their legal firms that they're signed up with. They've received the notification about the money, but they haven't actually received any of the money yet. And we really thought by now something would have come out. Same with HCD. At first was saying that first quarter, that $200,000 grant money would start to be available, and it's obviously not.
But
And
if we keep waiting for PG&E, we could, I hope I live
Oh,
long
I
enough to
agree.
see PG&E. I mean, who knows?
It's not going to be by December 31st.
No.
So we'll extend it again.
I think what the hope is,
And that is my concern.
absolutely.
That it'll come around and we're going to extend it again.
We have to, Jody.
No, we
People
don't.
have a, you know,
I have been contacted by so many people in town whose homes survived or who have poured everything, their heart and soul into rebuilding, who do not want to continue to live in a campground with
Let her
people who
talk.
are
Let her
making no progress.
Correct.
I have to represent those people as well as
yeah,
the
but you're not
people.
representing the
Wait,
others.
let her finish, please.
There are a significant number of people,
Yes.
and they feel really strongly about this. And they do not want us to keep kicking this can down the road. We can't leave this open. I think it'll be 3 years before people get all their PG&E money. We cannot continue to keep doing this. We are hurting the people who are rebuilding paradise. And so I don't understand why we would kick this down to December 31st. The way it is now,
Yes.
it ends in the summer.
Bless you.
I don't want to be telling people you have to leave at Christmas time. I think that timing is terrible. And I am not going to be willing to extend this again in December. And from what I heard from HCD, there's no chance that these people are going to know what kind of money they're going to get from HCD by December 31st. And you guys are going to be back asking us to do this again. And the people in Paradise who are the ones rebuilding this town don't want to see that.
You done? You know, I also represent people in this town, and I rebuilt in this town, and I have insurance, and I'm grateful for that. But I also know people that don't have insurance or didn't have enough insurance. They own their property. They've lived on it for years. They lost everything they own. And all of the things you guys pointed out are true. Your staff recommendation is, let's not issue anymore. What the work you guys have done and the new team that you all have put together, I think it's great. I think it's wonderful. You've got the numbers down to near nothing. And it really, I chose to come back and rebuild and stay here and live the rest of my life in this town and die here because of the community here. And the community that I know in Paradise is not one that says, get out. You know, yeah, to the squatters that we had, to the problems we had, to the people that don't give a rat's, you know. So you got 350 people that haven't indicated. But we got a team that's brand new, only been working a couple of weeks, and you've made phenomenal results. And in other communities that were burnt out and destroyed like we were, not as bad, with $1 million homes in them, in Santa Rosa stuff, they gave those people in Sonoma 4 years, 5 years to rebuild. I mean, we're not in control of COVID, or we're not in control of the settlements or any of these other things. If these people are making some indication, if they've got a permit, if they're following, being compliant, even though they haven't, you know, it cost me $7,000 for a permit. To even apply for it, I had to give them $3,500. I had insurance. These people don't have that yet. And I, if they own the land, I'm going to fight for them. I'll vote for them. Jody can be a vote that's no, and I understand her point. I've had people tell me that, but I'm not one of those people. I got 2 trailers across the street from look at my front window and I look at them. And you know what? They're just waiting. They're holding on, trying to get back. They don't have anything. But they've lived there before the fire. They had a home before the fire, and they want to come back home. And I'm going to vote for them. If we have to extend this again in December, then that's what we got to do, because we're not in control of the trust fund. We're not in control of ORR. And, you know, there are some of these people, like about 100 and some, you say, that don't probably qualify. It's somebody's grandson or nephew that the grandparents moved and they gave them the land. So those are the people we're going to take these teams and try to work with. And those people may at some point have to vacate. But I'm not, this town, the town of Paradise, has never been one that has endorsed or used eminent domain. And we've always had a heart, and we've had a community that cared. And I'm not going to take a position like my colleague here and be that. And yes, I've got neighbors that have complained, they don't like it. But what they complained about was the lowlifes. You know, What the mayor complained about was a guy that didn't have a sewer plugged in. And we don't inspect lots. We issued permits with porta potties. If you had a contract with a pump and had a self-contained trailer, we issued a permit. And then we added more rules later on. So we're not the greatest players in this game either, you know. We're here to serve our community, to serve the people that are complaining, but also to serve the people that live here. It's their community too, and we need to help them in any way we can. And what the staff has done, putting this team together, has been phenomenal. That's the right thing. Like, you know, I've had these people call me, well, did you go knock on somebody's door and say, hi, I'm your elected representative? You need any help? What can I do to help you? No.
You know, we've got to represent all of the people of Paradise. And it's a tough balance. And I've gotten a lot of calls from people, mainly people that had standing houses, that said, hey, don't forget about us. All I hear are the RVs and the new construction. We were here. We didn't have a choice. Our house survived. Well, I'll tell you, and I have all the empathy in the world for these people, but we cannot remain a campground forever. There is not another city in California where you can live in an RV for the rest of your life. And that is unfortunately some of the plans. And that can't happen. Yes, we need to help these people as much as we can. Myself right now, I think we need to extend it until the end of December for the reasons that were mentioned. Funding, COVID, what have you. But we do have to quit kicking the can down the road at some point. And, you know, so it's, you know, sometimes I feel like I'm punished because I had insurance. I feel bad for the people that didn't have insurance. They made a choice. You know, I made a choice and went without something so I could have insurance. It's all a matter of choices. And yeah, we can help these people, but we got to listen to everybody. And so that's kind of where I'm coming from.
And I just wanted to make sure that council was aware that by no means does staff believe at any point that the residents are going to receive their full PG&E payout in enough time to do this. What we're hoping for, though, is if these stories are true, that the first payout's going to be about a third of what they're set to receive, that will at least help them make the decision of recognizing, is this going to be enough or not? And then maybe be more willing to participate in Kate's housing program, because they more than likely qualify if that's their only source of, you know, rebuild money coming in. It's just that without them knowing how much they're going to get paid out, they're not ready to make that decision yet. And if we can at least get the first one so they know what that 30% looks like and just can make a better informed decision, we're hopeful we get more into compliance and more towards permanent housing. That's the ultimate goal.
Is it okay if I speak? So I think that, I mean, I've rebuilt and luckily had insurance, and I do understand I don't want to see Paradise be a permanent RV park, and I don't think anyone does. But I just really congratulate you guys on the team that you've put together. I've just heard some really positive things. I think the outreach has really helped. I think that, you know, a lot of times as municipalities, we need to reach people where they are, and they may not always be where we think they should be, but we need to reach people where they are. And so I think because of this new team that's going out and reaching out to people, you guys are getting a better understanding of who's there, what they need, what their needs are these people that are going to really be able to build and move forward. And I think that's the information that we need, or that I need as a council member. Maybe other people here don't. But I do think that because we have this new team in place, nobody expected COVID it's affected so many things. And I do get frustrated with it being an excuse for everything now. But I do think that, you know, extending this to the end of the year and giving these people some time is not unreasonable at this point. So, and just let the team do its work and, you know, let's figure out who's there, what they need, and if we can help them. And then if we can't, we can't, you know, we need to keep moving the town forward.
So I think a little different. I mean, I like the stopping the permits. I think that's a good idea. There's no reason to continue doing this.
Right.
We're just hurting ourselves. I struggle with the end of the year. It's Christmas time. It's the middle of winter, and you're going to tell people they got to leave. I don't see that as we're not going to do it. I've watched this in the past years, and we get to that point, and we don't do that because we have a heart for people, and we don't want to do that at that time of year. I would propose that maybe we set the deadline to October 1st or end the last day of September. You know, that way we're still in the warm part of the year. We're not into Christmas time and the season, the holiday seasons, all that. And it gives us a little more time. I agree with Rose. You guys got a team put together. You're just starting, and things are starting to happen. You're getting a real good feel for what people are looking for, what they need. Let's give that a little more time. And you know, we are helping some of these people that are in these traders trying to get built and doing things. So I know I'm there with them, and I want them to move on. Again, we can't tie it to our government trying to get money out. My goodness, who knows when that's going to happen, or if they're even going to qualify. I'm looking at those restrictions, and to me, why I asked Kate if there's even anyone that could even qualify for that. I'll bet there's maybe less than a handful of people that could qualify for that. Looking at that list, but in PG&E, it's just that's a shot in the dark. I mean, unfortunately, I hope they start paying something out. I hope these people can get all the money they need to rebuild their homes. I pray that happens, but who knows when that's going to happen? It could be 3 years, like Jody said. But anyway, my thing was, I think stop the permits. Last day of September, but that's the end of it.
So Greg, why not go to April of next year? I mean, you don't want to do Christmas because it's a bad time of year and all that, and the winter. So, you know, what they're telling us is that none of this stuff's going to happen. Any of this stuff's going to happen by October, you know? So it's going to be warm, but here you got to get, I mean, if they've only got a few people that aren't.
Well, there's no, I don't think there's a magic.
I mean,
and Woody, I appreciate your heart.
They're going to get away. I mean, the people that
I get it, but
are going away.
why is April any different than, why don't we say the end of next year?
Because we don't want to go revisit it.
We don't know.
We don't want to keep kicking it down the road.
Yeah.
So let's put enough time to it, get it past the holidays, get it into the early part of next year. At least that work, they got something they can work with. They've done tremendous in just the 2.5 weeks they've had this team.
Totally agree.
Now, I would support your September 30th or, and I know how you're feeling, or December 31st, but I at this point don't want to go into next year.
Understood. And I wanted to make sure that council and staff are speaking the same language about the temp use permits. It would just be stop issuing them under the urgency ordinance. But if you've had your house permit issued to you, you still qualify under the regular zoning ordinance, and we could still issue it under that, because of course you're going to want to move into your house.
Absolutely.
Right? So those will still happen. And then also keep in mind that this ordinance is really dealing with the folks who have temporary use permits right now. Tony and his crew with code enforcement, they're still working on abating those 80 that don't, because most that he's talking, you know, that team's talking to out in the field, they don't even qualify for it. They're just showing up from out of town and essentially squatting on these properties. So that's a separate group. We're going to continue to go, you know, through the abatement route to get them off of there, go through the citation route to get them off. They will not be shuffled into this line, right? We're just trying to focus on how do we get those, you know, 350 plus people into a path that we can get them into permanent housing. Right. That's what we're trying to figure out.
And there are places for them, you know, it might not be on their property, but there are places for them to take their RVs and do hookups that are established that can happen. There are those places. You're paying electricity, you're paying, you know, there's a fee to it, but there are places.
So I'd like to, unless somebody else I'd like to make a motion.
I was going to ask if we can separate these and take the recommendation on stopping the urgency temporary use permits separately.
So you're going to give direction back to staff. We'll bring it back to you in May. You just tell staff what you'd like to see come back.
I'd like to vote on stopping the urgency ordinance temporary use permits separately from the deadline, if that's okay.
You mean stopping the issuance of new permits?
Yes.
Okay.
Without
New.
building permit.
Correct.
If we could do that first and then the deadline.
But wait a minute, Greg. I mean, if we stop the use permits, I mean, before you go ahead, if we stop the use permits, I mean, whether it's all together, I mean, if we stop issuing use permits, it doesn't matter if you have a building permit. It does. I mean, if somebody just came to town, you know, came back, they've moved away or they've been gone for 2 years, and they came back onto their property and said, with their RV and said, here, Susan, I want to get a use permit. We're going to rebuild, you know. If we've stopped this, they can't get one.
No, but if they have a permit, they can get one. If they have a building.
A rebuild permit, correct. But
Oh,
we're
they
having,
can get one. Okay.
right, if they have their rebuild permit issued, then they just fall under the regular zoning. What we're trying to stop.
Then they can just camp on
Exactly.
their own property.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay.
Once the
Gotcha.
rebuild permit's issued. Yes.
So I'll make a motion that we adopt the staff recommendation to stop issuing urgency temporary use permits now.
I'll second.
Can we do that? Isn't this thing presented as a whole deal?
It was presented in a means for council to give staff back recommendation about what you would like to see in an amended ordinance in May.
So you want to.
So it didn't come-
You want just concurrent.
And then we'll bring it that way to you.
I concur.
Right.
As an.
And now the discussion would be for council, if you prefer to leave the rest of the ordinance in terms of timeframes and thresholds as it is right now? Or
Well, do
if
we
there
all
wants to be
concur on
some,
the first part.
I think so.
No, not unless we handle the rest of it.
So you want to do it all together?
You can't,
Okay.
it's
then-
being presented as an item altogether.
Well, it's just, they're going to bring back an ordinance.
We're just giving them,
direction.
yeah, we're giving them direction.
Then can I'd like to make a motion that we end the issuing of new permits and this emergency ordinance expires December 31st. And as staff recommended, without the need to have a building permit right now going forward, but we end at December 31st and we end the building, the RV permit now.
Well, the only way I agree with that is if the notices start going out to those people on October 1st. So that we're not going to them December 1st.
Yeah.
Well, they should start going out now.
That's agreeable.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing ends, it'll end on December 31st, period. So that satisfies everybody that's complaining. But come back with, people will be noticed 90 days in advance or 120 days in advance.
Whatever.
You know, just to that point.
So they can't
you know.
say, I didn't know this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that way we're kind of serving all of the community.
We did that after, like you were mentioning earlier, Woody, as the council throughout the months, as we made different amendments as we saw, was needed, whether it was no more porta potties, you now needed to be hooked to septic, things like that. For those folks that already had their temp use permits early on, they didn't realize these changes were happening. So we went to the printer, we had a nice trifold made about all the different changes that have been made and put everybody who had a temp use permit on notice that regardless of when you got it, you do have to comply with all of these things, and we will be checking. So it's that same idea. We can put a new trifold together to send out to everybody on our list to let them know, here's the timeframes to stay in your RV beyond that. You need to have your building permit issued.
Well, if we're not taking votes, I am in favor of stopping the temporary use permits. I am not in favor of extending the deadline to December 31st.
Okay, thank you.
Everyone can stop issuing.
I do.
Yes.
But I thought I made a
It's going to be brought back, but is that the direction? the council-
There's no.
No, we're not bringing it back.
Yes, we are. This is
It says provide staff with direction. There's no
This is a-
action item here.
This is all about providing the staff with direction on what to bring back in the terms of modifying or changing this emergency ordinance.
I think
And one of the
you're hearing
recommendations,
There's not a lot of,
I'm sorry,
not everybody's in agreement, though.
but that's fine, but the council can direct the staff to bring back different alternatives. The council may want to direct staff to bring back one proposal to vote on, that there will be no more issuance of temporary use permits after June 30th, so that the problem, if you will, doesn't get larger. And the staff can also, or the council can also direct staff to bring back alternatives as to whether, when notices are going to go out. In other words, it's all expiring on December 31st, but people are going to be forewarned effective September 1st that proceedings will be started after the first of the year on people that have not complied, so that they have 120 days to get their affairs in order or know that the train's coming down the tracks. The council can direct the staff to do, whatever. But this is the opportunity to provide direction to staff on one or more things, and it might make sense with all of the differences there are between council or different approaches to it, to take it in pieces. Maybe everyone agrees that the problem shouldn't get larger, so there should be no more temporary use permits issued. And then whatever the direction to staff is on presenting alternatives on when the cutoff date's going to be, when notices are going to go out, and that can all be incorporated into another ordinance.
Just bring it back to where you make us all happy.
Being that this is supposed to end on June 30th, we pretty well have to make a decision. You can't make a decision in the June meeting and say, oh, by the way, you have 2 weeks to get out.
Yeah.
So.
I don't think we're saying that. We're not saying it.
I think, no, but if we.
If we don't
decide-
extend it.
Right, if there's no
condition.
direction.
If we don't extend it, then we're anyway.
So this is what I heard, so this is what we'll bring back. We'll bring back a change to the or recommendations that there is no longer building permits or RV permits issued after a specific date. We'll come up with that date. And then we will bring back the alternatives to not extend. So as June being the deadline, no change moving forward, having the opportunity for it to be extended till December 31st, and a noticing date associated with that they note that these occupants will be noticed of that at that point in time. And I think that we can see if we can get that through the council at that point in time.
So why don't you, in that, I would suggest, if you're going to bring back a recommendation that there be no extension of the deadline, that, we're talking about what Greg's point about fairness, and to Steve's point, if we don't extend the deadline, if in May, or meeting the second Tuesday of May, we vote, and if it's again, is this emergency ordinance, it's a 4 votes. So if we are split again 3-2, then nobody gets noticed. They have 2 weeks to get the hell out.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have to be humane. We have to be fair. These are our citizens. So, so if you come back with that, maybe that has to be extended to give a noticing period, not to December. Give me the option to vote on December 31st, but also maybe if you don't want it, if it goes the other way, we got to have some way to.
Like July 31st.
Or some, get the 90 or 120 days, if that's what if you're gonna play hardcore that way, build that into it.
We're not going to play hardcore. If you're
No,
gonna
I
play
know.
hardcore- If you're going to play hardcore that way.
This is an item we're not concerned.
I understand.
So why don't we make the recommendation then that we stop issuing the temporary use permits And then we also bring back the proposal to extend it to 12/31 of 2021. That's, would be what I would be
Okay. So
proposing.
that's your direction. I know that's not your direction. I believe that's your direction.
Yeah, that's what I'd.
It sounds like that was your direction because you made the motion. Your direction. Okay.
Yours was
But yours was a
October.
noticing direction on that. If we did go to 31st, that we would come back with a noticing period on
Start
that.
early.
Yes.
Right.
I think we're clear.
And I just want to make one more point with reference to the comment that people have 2 weeks to get out, and that the council always has the discretion to initiate and say, I mean, whether they're in breach of the ordinance is one thing. When the council gives direction to issue notices, abatements, and everything might be another thing. So you have that discretion.
Well, perception, it is inhumane to say, okay, the ordinance is expiring, and yes, we realize it's, May 15th, and you're out by June 30th. I don't think, that's where I think either we should have made a decision tonight, or we can't go with that. It's just not the right thing.
Understood, yeah, you couldn't give that kind of a notice. It's no notice.
Yeah, no notice.
So-
Even if we made the decision tonight, you're only talking, 6 weeks,
Were these people not notified that the deadline was June 30th when we adopted it?
Hold on.
So,
Almost all of the temporary use permits say December 31st, 2020, actually.
but when we extended it to June, were they not notified?
Correct.
They were not.
They were not, we did not reissue those hundreds of permits, no.
Because we also.
We didn't send them a notification either that it had been extended?
I'd have to go back and look if our trifold talked about it.
Yeah.
Because we did send one mass mailing to everybody about all the different requirements that are in place. But I can't give you the specific date we sent that.
And when the council extended it, there was also, we'd bring it back.
Yes.
And then see whether it had to be extended again, for all of the reasons you brought up again tonight. And so I remember that very clearly. That's, if we look at the minutes, you'll see that's what was said. So the public was at least told that, they were told we would consider it again. So it wasn't like we're not going,
Well, we were told, I thought we had told them, if they were, as long as they were
Sure.
moving
Yeah.
forward, we would extend it until December 31st.
Right, that was part of the conversation.
Now the change is you don't have to prove that you're moving forward to extend. You don't have to have a building permit. You don't have to have a manufactured home ordered. Is that?
Correct, that is one of the options that we
That
just
was one of the
removed.
options, but that wasn't
We removed the
recommendation,
thresholds.
was it? Your
The only recommendation that we made as staff was about stopping the temp use permits. The rest, we're just bringing information
Okay.
for council consideration.
No, those things were, everybody's kind of compliant and everybody's getting to that. And there are those, so I don't think we need to necessarily, take that away. I mean, we're not going to issue any more. So the people that already have one have met those requirements to some extent. So the 100 or so that you have that don't have, aren't in line with the, those are the ones we got to get compliant.
And I was really against. I didn't want to extend it again, but COVID with financing programs, PG&E settlement. I'm kind of like Greg. I hope I
It's a
live
shot
long
in the
enough to
dark.
see it. But I think with the financing, the reaching out, the compliance we're getting, I think that we can, in my opinion, give them a little more time to get financed, what have you. I don't think the PG&E settlement is, even 6 months from now, is going to enter into the picture for people. But hopefully the housing plans we've got can, and then December 31st comes around.
Well, September 1st comes around, they get a, hey, time's up,
And anyway,
Beating a dead horse. No.
so.
We got it. Yeah. Thank you.
You
Thank you.
always do.
Item 6C, after discussion of ordinance number 597 regarding defensible space, our Chief Garrett Solon.
Good evening, Council, Vice Mayor, Mayor, here to talk a little bit more about defensible space tonight. In particular, Section E of our current ordinance that encompasses many parts of our whole defensible space program. So I want to point out that this is just a component of it, and the rest of our defensible space program is really robust, and there's a lot of things that the town has done and the council's brought forward that is more robust than the state standards that are rolling out on July 1st. This is the only component of our defensible space program that is not in alignment with state standards, and so that is the discussion we're bringing to you tonight so that I can understand where you want us to develop a code and be in alignment with the state. So we're not voting on anything tonight other than I need to know what direction you want me to take it in. So I brought you a few options. Right now with our current ordinance, as I stated, it's not in alignment with the state standard that I discussed with you at last council meeting of our civil code, which in a sense after July 1st of this year goes into effect and states that because we're in a very high fire hazard zone in the LRA, the documentation that the buyer is stating that the property is in compliance with our defensible space requirements within 6 months preceding the sale of the transaction date. I'll get it out. And the other part is, again, after July 1st, if has not been obtained and the documentation hasn't been obtained. And when I say documentation, that's our inspection notice that when we go around and we say your property is compliant, or if it's non-compliant, you need to do X, Y, and Z. That's the documentation we're talking about here for the town. So if they're not in compliance, then the seller and the buyer shall enter an agreement whereby the buyer agrees to obtain that documentation for defensible space within 1 year of the date of close of escrow. So for us to talk about tonight and understand what direction you'd like me to take this in, I have 3 recommendations. One is we completely remove our current ordinance that's in there, which would default to the civil code that is going to be in effect July 1st. We can, second, adopt the civil code language into our Paradise ordinance as written. I will say there's a lot of state fluff into that we could probably tone down, but still have the context and meet the intent of that, and it would fly. Or third, look at a language at the time of transfer of ownership of the parcel from one owner to another, the seller shall provide a buyer with a copy of our defensible space section that we have in there, notice of compliance, and that would be the letter I described within the 6 months preceding the transfer. It would not allow the buyer and seller to enter agreement to extend that for another year. And really what we're trying to do is we want compliance with our defensible space program throughout the whole town. And so we do that through education and enforcement. And we don't want to have a component that may not be have any teeth to it. So if you're going to sell your property to someone else, then you just pass the buck. So that's why the third option is in there. That wouldn't be passing the buck. It would stop with the seller. They would have to have that compliance letter within 6 months.
So I'm buying from you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm the buyer, you're the seller.
Yep.
You have to give me within 6 months that letter of compliance.
I have to have that. I have to have. So if I'm selling my house and escrow is going to be on this date, I have to have a compliance letter saying the defensible space requirements were met within 6 months prior to that, whatever the date is of escrow. Before that, correct.
Okay.
If not, then I enter into an agreement. This is the state way it's written in the state now. Then I enter agreement with you, whereupon now you sign a document for a package that now it's your responsibility to get it done in a year.
And nobody's,
Can we change that year?
Make it 6 months.
Yeah,
I like number 3, which just
Yeah,
makes
no, I
the
agree.
seller do it.
yeah,
Which is more restrictive than the state's.
absolutely.
But
Can we do that? We
but
can do
well,
that.
I
but
think-
makes the
I think-
responsibility very clear.
Yeah, no, you and I agree on that.
And it puts it on the seller. I think that's the only way you're going to get any teeth into it
Okay, so let's get practical with Paradise. We have lots with people that live in Timbuktu, and they're the seller, I'm the buyer, and we're going to make them get it where it's compliant before I buy that lot?
See, that was kind of, if I could speak for a moment, that is my point, is so you're putting the total onus on the seller. And so many of our residents are selling because they can't keep up with the maintenance of their lots. So if there is a caveat in there in the sale process, which we've been through sales of homes and things, there's all kinds of caveats.
Not for 20 years. So.
So if there's a caveat in there that if the seller notifies the buyer that, look, I haven't taken care of this, so if you purchase this property, you have to take care of it, and there's a timeline from us. Is that what you're trying to get to in 3, or?
No, number 3 would be simply on the seller.
On the seller, totally.
Him or her would have to have that compliance letter within the last 6 months from whatever that close of escrow is.
So I kind of agree with if during the selling, it can be transferred to the seller and the buyer, transferred to the buyer, and the buyer has 6 months or 3 months to.
But normally 6 months is you've gone through the whole fire season.
Yeah, and you're putting all the neighbors at risk.
Even 3 months.
So we did try this, and we got a lot of, but it was before the state stepped up, but we got a lot of pushback from
realtors.
Correct.
About this, and that's why I think we kind of backed off last time. But I mean, if the state is saying this is the way to go, it kind of takes the onus off of us, and all we're doing is getting in line with the state.
And understand, like I said, it's part of the whole component of our defensible space program here in the town. We are 11,400 parcels. We are attempting to, and hopefully again this year we'll inspect every single one of them. They're going to get this notice. Our intent is to get that notice every year in the springtime. Starting in May, we really ramp up and doing those inspections. Last year we started really late in the year. This year we're on track to be how we should be every year in my feelings. So they're going to get this letter one way or another. If you have a neighbor or you see a for sale sign go up right now and they didn't cut their weeds, the neighbor can call the fire department. We'll come out and do an inspection. That's our job. That's what we'll do to make sure they're in compliance. That can happen at any time.
Everybody, like I know I got a letter saying my lot was compliant. So, either from the inspection you guys did, from some of the tree, there's a number of ways that even if you live out in Montana and you haven't kept up your lot, you're either out of compliance or you're compliant. So if I'm a seller, I either already have my letter saying my lot is clear,
or you already know you need to do something.
Well, yeah, but if you're going to sell it and it's not, and you don't have that clearance letter, then putting it on the buyer, making an agreement. I think we should put it in there, whoever it goes to, whether the onus is on the seller or the buyer or both, that the lot's got to be clear within 90 days of a transaction, or else it could be a fire hazard all fire season long. Of course, fire season is about 10 months now.
I think it should be before the transfer of the ownership. If the seller doesn't have it and they want to transfer the responsibility to the buyer, which you can do with a lot of things during escrow, they all have to happen before escrow closes.
Well,
and I think this should too. Otherwise, who's going to check up? We say within 90 days, but nobody knows whether they did it or not.
And that's what happened on the last one that we passed, where it just was put in the packet,
And it won't take long for real estate. You go to buy a house or sell your house, and the realtor said, "Well, you need new carpet. Here's 6 names of carpet people." They're going to do the same thing with weed abatement people. Here's 6 names.
Yeah,
so that will go, and I like the idea of it being done too at escrow, because then it's done and nobody's relying on anybody else. And if they want to sell the house, they want to sell the lot, they're going to do it.
This is one area where I am not opposed to government being more restrictive. It's just, I want to make it safe, and if we don't do it when they sell the lot, then it ain't going to get done.
Mark, you were going to say something?
I just wonder, we're going to be into, I don't know how it's going to be monitored. I don't know how we're going to monitor these escrows.
It's not our responsibility, it's the escrow company's responsibility.
Yeah,
they
but
monitor all kinds of other.
There's got to be a triggering thing.
Right, and that's, how do we get that to them? Because it could be an escrow company out of town.
It can be that, it can be private transactions with no escrow.
I'm gonna
It
do
can
a
be any,
private
it can be any of these things. Pardon me?
I'm going to do a private transaction.
Yeah, so there's going to be an enforcement issue. That's all I'm pointing out.
There's going to be an enforcement issue no matter which direction we go.
Right.
And it will be probably important to add some language that, of course, nothing absolves the then existing owner of the property to be in compliance with all of the weed abatement ordinances.
Right.
Whether they did or didn't do it, if you own it today or tomorrow or whatever, if at any given point the property is in violation in terms of the growth on the property, then it's on the then existing owner.
Our septic says you can't transfer property. Goes through, as long as you use a title company in Paradise, you leave Paradise, and that is not in there. So, I mean, it's no different.
Right.
But the majority of the transactions happen with local escrow companies.
Yeah, I think that there's a whole different level of inspection normally on the improved properties where you've got a lot more scrutiny on the transaction.
Right.
So the ordinance that you have says that within 6 months, is that the way you had?
Yeah, so
worded it?
essentially it captures the civil code, just the first part of the state mandate is going to go on July 1st. It doesn't cover the second part where have that
It's
agreement
the
between buyers and
6-month period preceding the close of escrow. So sometimes 6 months, if they've been inspected within 6 months, they'll have that letter.
Right.
Exactly.
And if they got inspected more than 6 months before, they have to get a new letter.
That does
That's the
not-
way I read
that
it.
just does that really make sense to you?
Yeah.
I mean, I come to you in March, and I get a letter from you that says my property's clear. And I sell that thing in June, and then it's already 3 foot high.
Yeah.
But I got my letter.
That's the problem with this. It's compliance is going to, it's virtually not going to be tracked. We're not going to be able to track it. It's going to be in there. And so it's,
I mean, we can adopt that. It just doesn't make sense that it's even going to work. It's a timing thing.
Well, but that's a state. Isn't that
yeah,
the
it's
state?
July 1st. This is effective
That's
July
a state,
1st.
but the state is looking at the whole state. I mean, they're looking at every city, every little. We're different than most every place else in California. I mean, as far as our.
So do we have the means to, somebody sells their property and you've got a 45-day escrow or a 60-day escrow to say, okay, town, I've sold my property, I'm in a 60-day escrow, I need a clearance on my land. Can we clear it in that amount of time?
It depends on if you make it shorter time frames, it's going to put more effort on the staff. We have one fire inspector. We have some help from some of the Safer Grant firefighters for until 2023. Once they go away, you have one fire inspector.
But isn't this something code enforcement can look at and see whether it's compliant or not? So this is anybody.
They
can. Job security.
Kevin, a job for you after
Yeah.
lunch.
Exactly.
With this, though, at least once a year, you know that the property is clean.
Without even addressing this, we're already attempting to do that right now. This is just a state mandate that's coming forward that we have to adjust our ordinance to, or get rid of our ordinance and just default to the state. So either way, the state one's coming July 1st, and that's the verbiage that.
And if this doesn't work, we could go stricter.
We
too.
can go stricter, absolutely.
Which was your number 3.
Which is number 3, which basically says it's on the seller to have had a compliance letter within 6 months
And
prior to escrow.
I like that one.
It doesn't pass the buck to the buyer to figure it out in a year, which and
You like
it's,
that one, you say?
Yeah, it's better than the others.
Well, I like it too, but it ain't gonna do nothing. I mean, I like it as someone that might buy property, but it ain't, so what? I get a clearance in February.
Yeah.
In 6 months, there is gonna be weeds as high as.
It all depends on when you sell it.
But on the,
That's right, it's timing.
but on the
So
year
we've done
anniversary,
nothing. We've done nothing then.
but annually, let's say that, when did you do your inspections this time?
we are starting May 1st.
So they're starting May. So let's say that in your scenario, you bought it in March and you sold it in June or whatever, you know, you had your letter in March or May, and then you sold it in June, the weeds grew up, but your letter said it was okay. Next May, he's gonna come by, and whoever owns it's gonna.
Okay, but we better not complain about it being a high weeds during the fire season.
Oh, no, I'm complaining.
Well, I'm just saying.
I think it's a good place to start, and.
That's fine.
I mean, I'd like
That's fine.
to see if we could have.
Can't we make it a condition?
people to say, okay, it's an escrow, so between now and close, you get it inspected. But again, that's gonna put,
I know, I agree.
so, I mean, I think it's better than what we've got now, and
We got a new fire marshal, he can go out and start looking at night and stuff.
Why don't we get some of those,
I'll make a motion for that.
why don't we get these cadets from the fire academy to do inspections, man, for a little OJT? It's an old-fashioned term, on the job training.
So you got direction?
At least this is better than what we have now.
No, no.
You
I do
need
not.
Kevin to tell you what we just said.
Yeah,
I interpret this one this way.
Yeah,
You got it,
I-
Kevin?
Still waiting.
I
Yeah,
think what we're saying is number 3 is better than what we have now. In some cases, depending on when you sell the property, it might not work, but it's better than what we have now.
What if we change it to 3 months? Or is that 6 months, is what's in the state?
that's what's in the state now. I mean,
But we
But
could
we
go
can
to
make
the-
it.
sure, it's more restrictive, yes. Yeah, exactly. Remember, we've got one fire inspector under code enforcement.
And I would hope that maybe we could do some educating of the buyer that, yeah, the clearance is for 6 months.
Well-
However, if the weeds are 4 foot high,
Don't-
that's not gonna,
Don't start fining them for having high weeds if they've got their clearance.
Well.
Well, that's just it, though.
Saying.
I mean, that's what we're setting up.
Exactly, that's all I'm saying.
What?
It's still better than what we already have.
Okay, that's fine, but don't fine them if they've got their clearance and they have a clearance that says that this is good when they bought it and they have high weeds. You don't.
No, because that's a day-to-day deal. When your grass is higher and your weeds are more than 4 inches tall,
You have a
you're in
year.
violation of the ordinance.
You have a year.
That's a separate ordinance.
so
We can go out and inspect year round, and defensible space is a year round ordinance. It's not, we choose to do it in alignment with fire season because that makes the most sense. Right.
Absolutely.
But
So
if
it's-
then there's a problem later and someone complains, then you go out later, right?
Correct, yep. When we've had those people call and we go out and do a inspection, and if they're in non-compliance, then we follow our procedures.
But they have a letter, just remember, they have their letter.
But it doesn't-
It says they're okay.
That's just to make the sale.
Right, so I think that's the key, right, is we have an ordinance about what we're doing on the sale, and then we have an ordinance that is based on maintaining your property, right? No matter when that sale was,
Right.
correct?
You're right.
And so if you sell the property in May, and in July, your weeds are this tall and you have a clearance, you're still in violation of that ordinance, is that correct?
Correct.
That's right.
Okay, so from this standpoint, what we've seen here is, we've been out in front of this, or in front of the weeds a little quicker this year. And I don't know if we want to continue this recommendation or not. I hear what you're trying to do with the transfer of property and having that as an issue. The one thing is, it will tax some of the resources available for that, because the people will be looking for these certs at the end of probably a day before they're ready to close, and they're saying, oh, I forgot to get the cert. So it does tax resources. And we are still going to comply with the ordinance that is outside of the sale of property, which is the May starting of inspections. And then when do you normally get through all your inspections?
We're hoping July 1st.
So in between May and July, we're going to inspect. As we're inspecting, we're going to be issuing letters of compliance and trying to get them into compliance. So those, I think that'll get it done. The one thing I go back to is that if somebody is selling a piece of property or buying a piece of property, there's investment into that. Someone is investing money into this piece, and they're going to have some visual inspection of it. I'm more worried about the ones that have done nothing with their property, that have basically left and abandoned their property and is not looking to sell their property. And so those are where I would like the resources kind of focused in on, truly, is those issues going on, that instead of the sale of the issue of the property. So I think if we were to adopt or just go with the current state ordinance, get through fire season through May, see how we're going. If we're seeing a high transfer of property that is not complying with it, I think we bring it back and then we put the onus on the seller at that point in time. That's my recommendation.
But haven't we already seen that? Haven't we already, I mean, I know there's some developers out here from out of town who are buying tons of property, and they're not going to claim it. Until they build on them, they're not claiming it.
So the big difference is that this is a state standard, it's across the whole state. Outside of the town of Paradise, CAL FIRE is getting staffing to go around and do these inspections at time of sale. They're having their, in Butte County. So it's ramping up as in California. This is the new standard on the whole Eastern Sierras in California. This isn't just in the town anymore. So the culture is going to start changing, and it's going to take a little bit of time, but people are going to know you own a house in the Sierra Nevadas, you're going to have it cleaned up in defensible space before you sell it.
Yeah, we're talking about a house. We're talking about lots and houses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the current one is the buyer within a year has to be compliant, right?
Correct.
Isn't that what, so
That's
unless
what the
we
state
change
is.
it and say within 6 months, 3 months, whatever, that's the piece we would change, right?
One thing I want to again separate is that's the sale. Our ordinance says that the property owner must be in compliance by July. When our inspections are done, they better be in compliance. I don't care if you sold it today or if you've owned this property for 20 years, you shall be in compliance by July. So that's where I'm kind of focusing in on the separation.
Right. To dovetail on that, our defensible space ordinance says year-round you'll be in section. We are telling the citizens that we're starting in May, and by the end of July, we're going to have inspections done. So we're basically telling them, hey, have your stuff cleaned up by, we're giving it to them. We know that they may not do it in December, and we're obviously not terribly worried about the fire hazard in December, but this time.
So do you have direction?
Our direction,
You
not
got it.
Kevin's.
Just go with the state.
Yep, I think we need to default to the state and let it see how it plays out, and we'll come back if it's a big issue and we're not moving.
See how this
If it's
year
not where the
goes.
town, yeah.
We're on it early this year. It's a
Yeah.
different year. See how it goes, and then we'll go from there.
Well, and then
I
you
want to.
guys should send this, or we should, through our house. This needs to be sent to every escrow or title company, the realtor boards.
They are
so
very,
know.
very keenly aware. It's a state.
They aren't going to
state-
like it, but they need to know it.
They're very keenly aware of it, yeah.
And I'd like to make a motion to what Garrett's suggesting and put that into place.
Are we looking for
It's
concurrence
just,
or?
I just need direction, just
You're giving
direction.
direction to come
Just
back
direction.
to number 3, right? Wasn't that the deal?
No, it would be,
One.
number one. We would just remove
yeah,
our current
remove that.
ordinance,
Get that
and it
one.
would default to, the civil code.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
All in
okay.
favor, yes.
Me and Jody like 3.
Yeah. I don't like giving the buyer a whole year.
No,
I think that's, but they don't
But
know
you
that
are.
because that's what they see, and then, yeah.
Yeah, they
I
don't have
still
to-
like.
So
three.
one is,
I mean,
one-
they'll get a ticket for high weeds, but that's a whole separate issue. And the thing is, when you buy it, you need to know. You need to know that you don't have a year to cut the weeds. You got to cut them right.
Don't know.
They'll get a letter from us in about April of every year that says clean your property, and I think you probably got one this year.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
No,
a
I-
fair warning, front and back, it lays it all out, black and white, I
mine is-
read it.
Oh,
Say
that
at the
little
bottom
button
with love or
thread.
something. I mean, just,
All right.
Okay,
thank you.
Thanks.
are we good? Thank you.
Yeah, you got off the hook, Tony. Are we done yet?
so item 6D, consider adopting resolution, I don't have, 2117, resolution of the town council awarding contract for Ponderosa Elementary Safe Routes, Mark Maddox.
All right, thank you, Mayor Crowder. This item should be fairly brief. This item's been before the council numerous times, starting back in 2015 when the town of Paradise received an active transportation program grant under Cycle 2, which helps build sidewalks, bike lanes, bike paths, and any infrastructure associated with getting people out using non-motorized vehicles for transportation, and that really ties in well for Safe Routes to School projects such as this one. We hired North Star Engineering to do the design work. That work was completed pre-fire, probably would have been built by now in absence of the fire. This project is on Pence Road between Billy and Wagstaff, includes the installation of a Class 1 multi-use pathway. It's about a 10-foot wide a paved path adjacent to the road on the school side, Ponderosa Elementary, which is scheduled to open this fall as Paradise Ridge Elementary School. We advertised earlier on March 9th. Council adopted the plans and specs. We advertised the day after, April 1st. We collected 7 bids. Our engineer's estimate was just over 1.6 million or 1.16 million. And All American Construction of Live Oak has submitted a bid for $995,306. And we are very pleased with their bid, met all of our requirements, and have no concerns otherwise. So tonight we are recommending award to All American Construction. And if awarded, we expect to process contracts, get to work as quickly as possible, and we're targeting completion early August, right before school starts. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
That's a good bid.
It is a great bid.
Do we have to keep the extra money?
You've worked with them before?
I have not worked with them as a prime contractor. They were actually a sub under our Memorial Trailway enhancements with some paving and site work as well. But they're
you know
great.
of them.
I know of them. Great firm, all in one. They don't really sub out a ton of work, which is why I think they were able to beat the competition so well. They've got in-house paving and in-house concrete. Great team. So it all checks out. Super excited. Initially, on the funding side, I should mention, we have limited grant funds. We were concerned that there was going to be Measure C contributions for the match. We have backed that out in accordance with the direction of the council and replaced that with local transportation funds, which are administered through BCAG. We have adequate funds for the match requirement, which is 11% on this grant. And we also have a non-participating portion. I would be remiss not to mention that. That non-participating portion of the project includes the installation of a center two-way left turn lane along Pence Road in front of the school. This was a major congestion piece pre-fire on a day-to-day basis with the school in session. I don't expect that type of congestion with the new school. Certainly this is going to be a great tool, though, to alleviate that, and also meets kind of our build-out vision for Pence Road, future transportation master plan, widening of Pence Road for 1 lane each direction, turn lane in the middle, and a multi-use pathway that could be used as an auxiliary lane in or out of town off the road. So excited to move it forward, and again, open up to any questions.
Move approval.
Okay.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion by
Getting late.
Fullerton, seconded by Bolin.
Did
Roll
you-
call.
Did you have cards?
I have no cards on this
sorry.
item. Nope. Councilmember Bolin?
Aye.
Councilmember Culleton?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Tryon?
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder?
Aye.
On a roll, Mark.
All right.
See, Mark.
We'll keep it going. Okay, home stretch, we can do it. So this item comes before you in summary. I'll start with a summary. We have been contacted with a vendor who is authorized under an approved program through the California Energy Commission that essentially is available to us for an incentive program to install turnkey, like all-in-one service EV charging stations at town-owned facilities. EV charging stations are really going to continue to be present in Butte County. They already are. And I'm not aware of any stations in Paradise. With that said, EVCS has again approached us with a program that is compliant with this approved program through the California Energy Commission. It's a block grant. They've set aside $870,000 designated for Butte County. We are asking for permission tonight to engage and execute an agreement to talk next steps. I would anticipate coming back before you when the project is fully designed, and I have more answers for you on the number of charging stations and the locations of the stations, what it would cost, the revenue. There's information here that the town would receive a portion of the revenue. It really, we would expect to be fairly minor. The asset here is the community asset of having a location. If you have an electric vehicle and you need a place to charge in Paradise, we have an option for you if it's not your home. So with that, we had a couple of tentative sites that could work. One at the former Boys and Girls Club Park and Ride on Skyway near the BRC. And the other, we have two options on Pearson Road. One could be at the Park and Ride there at Black Olive near Joyland's Candies. Perhaps there's some synergy there of, attracting people to charge their electric vehicles and pick up some candy while they're there. Otherwise, we also have a little, you may not know, a Park and Ride that was built, early 2000s on Pearson as well, just about a half block further west, and grossly underutilized. Be a great fit for for a charging station there too. Perhaps we could even do all three if there was enough demand. I don't think so at this point. But with that, we'd like permission to enter the agreement with EVCS. The agreement is attached in your staff report. They did outline a standard agreement, but we did have some comments, and they were receptive to all of those comments, including waiving the initial $5,000 deposit fee. So that's been waived. Everything else looks really good. And again, no cost to the town, no cost, really effort on a staff side. We can work with the building department for permits and modifying our electrical service with PG&E. But really, this is, again, a turnkey service that they offer at no cost with some revenue share. I do not know at this point how many charging stations we would look at and what the cost to the user would be, but I can't imagine it would be out of line of what a Tesla charging station would cost elsewhere. So with that, I'll pause for questions. Looks like I've got at least three.
Is that a for-profit company?
Yes, so it is a for-profit company, and most charging stations are, and being sited on public property. I can continue to look into that as well, but there is quite a precedent of for-profit charging stations on public land and really in park and rides. But I can continue to look at that moving forward.
Well, my concern is someone else comes in as a for-profit type of and profit's not a four-letter word. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But they come in and they say, "Hey, you got a piece of property here just sitting there. Can I use it? I'll pay the town 10% or whatever of my profits, and I'd just like to use it." How do we say no to someone else that comes to us with some that benefits the community? Maybe it's, I don't know what, vending or something. I don't know what we're doing. But how do we say no when we do it in this situation?
Oh, so I see your question about not just in charging stations, but another type of service.
Another type of service.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I mean, there might be something that we're not even thinking of right now that comes up. How do we say no to that?
Like food truck, fairs or something. That's been an issue in the past. But I don't know if I have the best answer for that question.
Does Mr. B?
Yeah, come on, you're interpreting.
What about a gift?
No. Anyhow, something we can look into, and again, would have to come before the council. And I think it has to be weighing the pros and cons of community benefit of the service. Charging station versus something else a little more.
So why don't they go get their own piece of property and put this?
Oh, they totally could. And not involve us at all. And then we stay away. I think this is a unique opportunity to leverage existing sites that we have to offer a park and ride. It assumes people are going to park and ride somewhere else. We have these, and they're being underutilized. It just seems like an opportunity for some additional synergy and community asset of what we would view as really the future of transportation and having more availability for electric vehicle charging.
I agree with you. It's just the long term, are we doing something that could bite us down the road?
Yeah.
I think lots of communities are doing this, and Paradise wants to attract tourists. More and more electric cars are being purchased by these people who are tourists, and if they have no place to charge their cars, they won't come here.
Right.
So there's a lot of community benefits that you wouldn't necessarily get from somebody else suggesting something different.
So I
Oh,
have
sure.
a couple questions.
Oh, I just want to very quickly add that I think that what Jody just articulated, I mean, the council has discretion to facilitate the development of anything in the town that it thinks benefits the town and is consistent with its objectives. And like Mark said, a park and ride program, having the facility for somebody to park their electric car, which by all appearances is going to be a pretty big car of the future, could just benefit the town and its citizens, and that's reason enough to approve it if you think that it in fact will benefit the town.
But go ahead.
So if I'm understanding correctly, they're going to put the machines, the charging stations in, and they're going to own the charging stations.
Yes.
And so who's paying for the electricity in the charging stations?
They will, and we get a portion of the revenue.
So it is, in a sense, a profit sharing that the city would have.
Yep. I believe we'd get, I think, 5 cents per kilowatt hour. Right. I don't expect that to be, again, the asset from my perspective in working in infrastructure is the community asset, not necessarily the revenue. But I think through this program versus, and I've seen cities actually build their own and pay out of their out-of-pocket costs. I know Chico did that with their parking lot for their city employees and their fleet. So for this company, it's a 10-year lease agreement. I believe we own it, but they pay the bill. And we would extend that if it was mutual benefit, yes.
They pay for all work to get the
correct
stations in.
Yep.
And maintenance.
Yes.
No, we do on the equipment.
On the
But
equipment.
the
On the
agreement
equipment.
said we're responsible for keeping things clean and all of that other
Which we
stuff.
do anyways.
Yeah. The only question I would have would be, and I think it's an asset, I get that. I'll never own an electric car, but I get that. Yeah. I know the park and rides you're talking about. I'd say fill up the one on Pearson in between the stores there. You put them all in there, hey, here's your location.
Yeah.
But is how many spots? The one at Joylands, unless we develop the Jeffords lot that we own and turn that into a parking space, which would be a good idea. A lot of people use those, and you put in one of these electric meters, and then I can't go park my truck there. If I want to go to Gold Nugget Days or whatever, the party in the park.
Sure.
So I would be really, make sure that we really control where they go and how many of the existing parking places they take up, because, we don't have a lot of electric car owners that live in Paradise.
Yeah, totally understand. And I'll take this opportunity to reemphasize that if we decide to enter into this agreement, like I said, we'll come back with a proposal for implementation, and I'll outline the number of spots, where, why, how much, and what that all looks like and when. But I know the Joyland spot, I think, excluding the ADA and the storefront one, I think there's 11 or so spots back there. And,
And are electric vehicle charging stations required to be ADA compliant?
Well, those would be. It's a great park and ride. But they are. Those are. Yeah. So anyhow, I'd be glad to answer any other questions that I may be able to at this point.
We could put a meter on it and then give them tickets for being parked too long if they're bad.
No paid parking in Paradise, please. Yeah. We want people to come here. So.
Well, I heard that.
So this is just to move forward, I'm sorry.
Yep,
Go ahead.
enter the agreement, move forward, fees are waived,
It's
no
not
cost.
agreeing to anything at this point.
Nope.
I'll move approval of the staff recommendation.
Second.
Jones, seconded by Culleton, to adopt resolution number 21-18. Councilmember Bolin?
I'll say I'm struggling with it. I really am. I'm struggling, but I will say aye.
Councilmember Culleton?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Tryon?
Same here. I want to see the agreement before we move anything
Yep.
more.
It'll come back.
Mayor Crowder.
Aye. The item in a motion. As I put it, I think for many reasons, it would be a great move for Paradise. It's going to bring people up from Chico or wherever to use the DMV. It's a service we need. I think it will be a win-win for everybody, so I would like to encourage us to write a letter of support. There's already petitions going around for DMV to come back, and I think we should write a letter of support and send it off and see if we can encourage him to return.
Thank you for putting this on, Steve. In early 2019, shortly after the fire, then town manager Lauren Gill and I tried to contact DMV to encourage them to come back. They do not publish a phone number for the head of DMV. And when I exhausted all of my contacts and couldn't figure out how to contact the person, I went to Senator Nielsen's office and asked them to help me get in touch with the head of DMV. And they don't have a phone number for the head. DMV has a liaison to the legislative offices.
Why does this not surprise me?
We were able to give our message that we would really like them to come back to Paradise, which went through Nelson's office to this liaison to DMV, and in return they said they would consider it, but we never did get to talk to a real person. So I totally support your letter, and hopefully now is the time is right for them to respond.
I think DMV is just a computer. I don't think, you know. Yeah, send a letter. I go for it. Put my name on it. That'll get them. Or maybe not.
Okay.
He says, "We are pleased to see this item before the council and to see how the item was worded. The Paradise DMV served the entire ridge, and having it open even 1 or 2 days a week would be a welcome benefit for all of us. The Upper Ridge Community Council supports sending DMV a letter to that effect. We would be glad to co-sign a letter with the town or send our own letter backing the town's efforts to bring services back to the ridge so people living up here can conduct business up here instead of having to go down to the valley. Thanks for taking the initiative to bring this matter to attention. John Stonebreaker, Upper Ridge Community Council."
I would like to see the,
There's about 10,000 people up there, you know.
I'd like to see the letter state that DMV could even get in contact with Colette as to other facilities. It might be too big there for them. I'm sure all their equipment's out and everything. I'm sure it's just a bare, empty shell.
Yep.
But there might be other places that are smaller and easier for them to move into. And, you know, I don't know where that would be, but Colette can maybe work with them and give them her information to, you know, check things out.
Whatever it takes to get them back wherever they need to be. And the only, you know, caveat, I think, for them to go to the same place is recognition. I mean, you hear all the time, oh, yeah, we're the place where DMV's at.
I'm not afraid of them going back to the same place. I'm just saying they might look for something else. And we have someone that can help them find something.
And why not, maybe also, Steve, because Magalia does represent people, so their council, if they wanted to add to the letter their names to it, and maybe call Teeter as the county representative, you know, because it would serve, you know, it's bigger than just the town of Paradise, but it would be nice to have it back in the town of Paradise.
And I think I would rather see them write their own letter because, you know, it's more than one letter.
Yeah, no, let's reach out to them though and let them know, hey, we're gonna mail the letter on Tuesday and we'd like you to put one together. Here's what we wrote, or something. You know, just let's try and get everybody else involved too.
I also think it would be a good idea to have all of the council members sign the letter.
Great. Sure. Our lobbyist firm has the letter also, so that they're cued in and we can see if they have some type of backroom
Yeah,
deal.
that
would be good.
They can get a name of a guy and a phone number or something, or a gal.
Maybe they can call for an appointment.
Just don't let them bill us for that.
Maybe not.
You know how those guys are. They're like lawyers. 15 minutes. Sorry.
We need a roll call.
Can I have a
vote,
motion for that?
Just
So
encourage.
moved.
A second.
Okay. Bolin, seconded by Tryon. Roll call vote, Councilmember Bolin,
Aye.
Councilmember Culleton,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Jones,
Aye.
Councilmember Tryon,
Aye.
and Mayor Crowder.
Aye.
Thank you.
Item 7B, council reports on committee representation.
On March 11th, I was on the Butte County Air Quality Budget Review Committee. We made quite a few changes to the budget, mostly in the areas of, how they put their reports together. On March 25th, I attended BCAG, and then I also attended the Butte County Air Quality Management meeting. And then on March 31st, we finished up with the Butte County Air Quality Budget Review Committee.
Fun stuff. I'm a little confused. I'm on the Consortium of Care Committee. There's like about 600 people on it. It's just whacked. I don't mean that disrespectfully. You're grinning. It's really tough to be on. It's a hard committee to be on, but and I'm not sure when the meetings are. I get a ton of emails from all kinds of different organizations. So I'll keep trying to do better, pay more attention. It's tough. The only other and then the Mayor Crowder and I met with some artiste about a design, and we'll report back on that later. I like this design. But, and the only other thing I want to report is that I can remember is now that we're in the orange tier in Butte County, the Paradise Performing Arts Center is being allowed to have an audience, and we're having our first show in over a year, and it'll be Inspire School of the Arts is coming in Thursday of this week for a performance on the 24th, 5th, and 6th or something like that. They're doing Phantom of the Opera, and it's going to be really good, and there are other people starting to book shows, so we're going to have some live entertainment back in Paradise again, and I'm very excited about that.
How do you handle social distancing?
Well, we're allowed to have 10% audience. The school knows what all they have to do. Social distancing, schools are different, 3 foot or something. So that's on them. I just have to make sure the place is clean. You don't have to use your hand to flush the toilet or to wash your hands. I got all touchless stuff in there. So, it's what you call it, Dr. Bernstein is actually going to attend the performance. So every other row, we do social distancing in the audience now that we can have one. And how they handle the backstage area, I don't know.
Okay.
But the director they have that down. They got that all.
Thank you. So I went to the Paradise Sewer Regionalization Project Advisory Committee meeting, the first one yesterday, along with the mayor. I was really encouraged at the progress that the consultants have made on the environmental document, and I was also encouraged by the cooperation from the City of Chico staff and their mayor and vice mayor. I think it's going to be a good committee, and we're going to solve some issues.
LAFCO, one of the shortest meetings I've had with LAFCO, so not really anything to report. And if anybody is interested, Friday night, Paradise Football, go Bobcats, 5:30 and 7:30. So If you're interested in, being there to watch them, it's a great night.
Is it here?
Yep, that's Friday night here. They had one, like 19th of last month. That was their first game. This is their last game at home. Tomorrow night, they only have 2 games at home, so
And
that'll be the last one.
Are tickets still?
I don't know if you have to go online. That's a great question. I don't know how they do that. I think you have to have them pre-bought or something. You might want to call the high school and find out if you're interested.
Thanks.
It's fun. It's fun.
Yes.
It feels so good to play football.
Do you still do line stuff? Do you still do the training?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right on.
Well, we, again, I did the sewer meeting like Vice Mayor Jones said as well. I also had a meeting with Andrew Coolidge, the mayor of Chico. He wanted to develop a rapport we'd never met, and especially with what was happening with the sewer. So we spent about an hour and a half for coffee talking. It was a great meeting, and really encouraged about the support that we're getting from them. And he told me of the support of the other council people and their vice mayor, so that was really encouraging. Kevin and I had a meeting with the Upper Ridge Council and Monica from the chamber. Basically wanted to discuss what they could do to help us rebuild, help businesses come into town. They want to be a part of it. And I was on a whole lot of Zoom meetings. I watched the last PID meeting, the special meeting after the letter they sent out. So glad that they backed off a little bit and are kind of regrouping. So that was encouraging. And that's about all I've got. So with that, any future agenda items?
Yeah, can we bring up a green waste yard? I'd like to talk about that.
And I'd like to maybe think about or have a conversation about ways that we can either create some ad hoc committees or ways to let our citizens become more involved, with some more committees, let them participate in some of the things that staff. I don't know what it looks like yet, but I just, we've been shut down for a year, and not only there's nobody here tonight, but I want to, maybe nobody will show up, but I want to create some opportunities for the citizens and the residents to become involved in our processes.
Anything in particular?
No, not necessarily. I talked to Kevin about it, maybe just an idea, a conversation. If there's some suggestions that any of you or the staff might.
I'll have some suggestions tomorrow on that item. So tomorrow in the goal setting, I'll kind of cover some of those.
Oh, that's right. That's where we were going to talk about that.
You're jumping the gun.
Stuff.
It's almost tomorrow. So.
I know. I just have an hour presentation, so don't worry.
No PowerPoint?
No, go ahead if there's more. I'm just preparing for the next agenda. Is there more?
No.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Down to town manager report. Okay, so what I want to say is thanks for hanging in there, because there was a lot of presentations and they were long, but it shows what is happening internally in the town, is that the staff is working extremely hard on very large projects moving forward. So moving into this next budget cycle is that we're in the recovery process, and recovery is projects. Projects take time, they take effort, they take staff, they take a lot of horsepower behind that. And it takes a lot of your guys' effort too. So I just want to say thanks for hanging in there, but I also want to say thanks to the staff on all that they're doing with pretty limited resources and pretty large projects moving forward. So I also want to say thanks to Mark. He put together a wonderful RFP for the legal services. We did receive 12 back. we're going through the process right now, and then we're going to have our council plus staff kind of review policy going on next week. So with that, we should have final interviews coming forward, and we're thinking that those final interviews would be a full council panel on those final interviews before we select that finalist. So that's where we're at with that. If there's any questions for me, I will happily answer them. If not, we can go home and go to bed.
I second that.
Okay. Go to bed.
Go home and go to bed.
Roll call, please.
Okay, nothing else, we're adjourned.
Finally.
Wait, before you go.
What?
I want to introduce formally Ross, too. I think we all met. I don't know if you probably.
No, I met him in the hallway out there. You introduced me and I gave him a bad time, but you're hiring everybody.